Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see the what if Naruto learned and master every Sage mode during Pain arc. Check the summary in the description. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1. Rumblings of a storm. A faint mist clung to the rocky ledges of Mount Myoboku. Under the swirl of orange-pink sky, an older toad perched on a stone seat, eyes wide and unblinking as he regarded the young man meditating in the clearing. Fukasaku's expression spoke of a subtle, mounting disbelief. Naruto Uzumaki head bent. Fingertips pressed together in a seal had been an enigma since the moment he arrived to train in the ancient toad sage arts. But now, the aura around him felt, beyond the toad's knowledge. Fukasaku waited. He'd done nothing but watch for hours, careful not to interrupt. Naruto's spiky hair fluttered in the passing breeze, that unique shade of bright blonde shimmering in what little light filtered through the swirling clouds overhead. The mountainous domain of the toads was famous for its serenity, yet the energy radiating from Naruto felt restless and tense. The young man exhaled slowly, eyes still closed. The ground beneath him, solid rock, rippled as if it were water. A swirl of natural energy coiled around his body. It was vibrant and alive, but also heavy, carrying a mixture of different hues. Toad eyes, reptilian slits, and a soft luminescence reminiscent of the slug illusions flickered in and out across his face. Fukasaku felt his throat tighten. He'd never seen anything like it. When Naruto finally opened his eyes, he locked them on Fukasaku, a small grin tugging at his lips. It wasn't the wide, clueless grin of old. It was sharper, more confident. "I'm ready," he said, standing in a single, graceful motion that betrayed his newly refined senses. Fukasaku blinked. "You?" he caught himself. The boy no, the young man before him had gained a strange amalgam of powers. Fukasaku suspected Naruto might have been dabbling in more than just Toad Sage mode. The mere thought made him uneasy, but he managed to keep a measured tone. "Toad Sage mode, that's all you were focusing on, yeah?" Naruto tilted his head. "I learn quickly. Maybe too quickly. There's a lot more out there than just Toad Sage techniques, pa." Fukasaku scowled. "Now hold on, Naruto-chan. Relax, it's okay," Naruto said, though his voice held a hint of restlessness. "I appreciate everything you and Ma taught me. But I can't rely on just one kind of sage training." He set a hand over his chest, eyes flickering with sorrow at the mention of a memory that still stung. "After what happened to Pervy Sage, I realized I have to go beyond all of that if I'm going to protect Konoha." Fukasaku's breath caught. Jiraiya's death weighed heavily on Naruto, it was clear. But Naruto's determination had propelled him to a level no one could have predicted. Perhaps he'd made secret journeys Ryuchi Cave for the Snake Sage's forbidden knowledge, or even Shikatsu Forest for the slug's more healing-oriented arts. How he accomplished it all in such a short time was beyond Fukasaku's understanding. Naruto looked to the sky. "I'm not staying any longer. The village is in danger, and I'm not about to let pain whoever he is stomp through my home." Fukasaku gulped, resisting the urge to question him further. "Are you sure you're ready? It's not just pain. The entire Akatsuki might be moving." Naruto's eyes seemed to gleam red for just an instant. "I'm ready for anyone," he said. Then, in a softer voice, "Thanks, Pa." A brief warmth passed between them. Fukasaku gave a tiny nod. "You take care, Naruto-chan. And remember, don't let the natural energy consume you. If you're mixing multiple sage energies, it's even more dangerous." Naruto just smiled a self-assured, almost mischievous grin. "I can handle it." He vanished from sight in a flutter of wind and leaves, leaving Fukasaku behind in the hush of Mount Myoboku's ancient stone paths. The old toad sank onto his seat, exhaling a shaky breath. "Jiraiya boy, your student might just surpass all of us." It was past midday when Naruto stepped through the gates of Konoha. He'd intentionally shrouded his arrival, summoning a small toad to slip past the routine inspection. He wanted his reappearance to be something of a surprise, a test of how easily he could navigate the village unnoticed. To his mild disappointment, the moment he walked a few blocks in, a cluster of Chunin on patrol spotted him. "Is that Naruto Uzumaki?" one whispered, nearly dropping his papers. "He's back?" The group immediately paused, staring. Naruto wore an orange and black outfit, though it was markedly more streamlined than before, no baggy sleeves. His eyes glinted with a confidence that felt almost alien. Word traveled fast. Folks started pointing, and a few onlookers trailed him as he made his way downtown. He cast a sly grin. On some level, it felt good to be noticed. He still remembered the time when the villagers treated him like a pariah, refusing him even a kind glance. Now, they seemed drawn to him, nervous, perhaps, but intrigued. This new shift in their attitude made him stand taller. "Naruto," came a familiar voice. He turned to see Sakura sprinting down the street, medical bag slung over her shoulder. Her short pink hair clung to her face, brow furrowed in anxious excitement. A surge of warmth rushed through Naruto. He gave her a casual wave. "Sakura." She stopped a couple steps away. "You're back? When did you get here?" "Tsunade-sama's been worried. We all have." "Just got in. Figured I'd walk through the streets like normal." He shrugged, stepping closer. "How's the village?" Her gaze flicked over him, noticing subtle changes. The sharper contour of his jaw, the seriousness in his blue eyes. "The village is on edge. You know about Jiraiya?" Naruto's jaw tightened. "Yeah, I heard, and I've been training." Sakura nodded, her expression clouding with sympathy. "We lost so much. But there's hope." Tsunade-sama's scouring clues about pain, about what Jiraiya-sama found. Then her eyes narrowed. "You look different. Your chakra feels strong." An involuntary smirk tugged at his mouth. He couldn't help enjoying the flicker of awe in her face. "I've been busy." "Where's the Hokage?" "She's in a meeting with the elders," Sakura said, then lowered her voice. "We're expecting an attack any day now." Naruto's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer than necessary. He noticed how her eyes revealed a blend of relief and suspicion. "I'll see Tsunade first, then we can catch up." He moved past her with a confidence that left Sakura blinking in confusion. It wasn't the old Naruto who'd beg for a friendly chat. This Naruto seemed like he already knew exactly what he had to do and had no need to ask permission. Tsunade's office smelled faintly of stale coffee and stress. The Godem Hokage stood behind her desk, hands splayed over a scroll as she argued with Shizune and two old advisors, Homura and Kaharu. The tension was palpable. "Pain is not just some normal rogue ninja," Tsunade was saying, her voice carrying the force of her convictions. "We need to prepare evacuation protocols for civilians." Homura frowned. "But diverting so many resources from the front lines." "Complain all you want," Tsunade snapped. "My decision is final." She broke off at the sound of the door sliding open. Everyone turned. Naruto stood there, wearing a grin that bordered on cocky. The room fell silent. "Yo," Naruto greeted. "Heard you were busy." Tsunade straightened, eyes wide in a flash of surprise that quickly softened into relief. "Naruto, you're back." She exhaled. "You didn't even send word Ned the surprise," Naruto replied. Then his gaze swept the advisors. "I come bearing good news. I'm stronger than ever. And I'm here to protect the village." Kaharu exchanged a skeptical look with Homura. "Stronger or not, this is beyond just you, boy." "Is it?" Naruto challenged, stepping forward. A moment of raw chakra slipped off him, making Shizune's eyes widen. "Because right now, I think you need everything you can get, and I'm not exactly the same knucklehead I was." Tsunade raised a hand before either advisor could retort. Her voice softened. "Naruto, Jiraiya's death has been hard on all of us, and we are." Naruto's throat tightened. A swirl of grief threatened to break his composure, but he steadied himself. "I know, Ba-chan. Trust me, I'm not here to mope. I'm here to help. Just let me do my job. Let me fight." Their eyes met, and Tsunade felt a sense of something new in him, something that was equal parts comforting and daunting. "All right," she said finally, relenting. "But don't do anything reckless. We need a plan. Pain's infiltration is almost inevitable now." Naruto nodded. "He's coming, so let's be ready. But there's something I need to show you first." His voice grew quiet. He stepped back, took a deep breath, and briefly shut his eyes. The shift was instant. A ripple in the atmosphere, like the air itself, was bending around him. Tsunade felt the potent ring of Toad Sage chakra, the kind Jiraiya had struggled to master fully. But there was more. Naruto's eyes flickered, pupils becoming slitted, a faint pattern crossing his cheeks. For an instant, Tsunade thought she saw a serpent-like glimmer, or perhaps the soft luminescence of pale chakra reminiscent of healing slugs. It was impossible to parse, but the pressure in the room skyrocketed. Shizune gasped, stumbling back. Homura and Kaharu's jaws hung open. Naruto, Tsunade breathed. What did you do? I got strong. Naruto's voice reverberated with layered echoes, the aftereffect of melding different strains of natural energy. Then he let it fade, snapping his eyes shut and shaking off the transformation. Within a second, he was back to normal. A grin tugged at his lips. We'll talk more soon, Ba-chan. He turned to walk out, ignoring the stunned silence in the room. Just know I'm ready. He left behind 4 speechless onlookers and the faint hum of a new era about to unfold. Naruto found the training grounds mostly empty in the late afternoon light. Good, he thought. He needed a moment to gather himself. Demonstrating a fraction of his power to Tsunade had left him buzzing with adrenaline. He wanted a better handle on balancing each sage mode so it wouldn't flare all at once. A burst of chakra behind him made him swivel. Sakura and Shikamaru stepped out from behind the tree line. Sakura looked upset, and Shikamaru wore his usual bored expression. Troublesome, the Nara muttered under his breath. You come back and cause a stir in the Hokage's office within an hour? Naruto shrugged, ignoring the jibe. They wanted proof I can handle pain. Sakura furrowed her brow. Don't be cocky, Naruto. This pain is the one who, she swallowed, voice lowering. He killed Jiraiya-sensei. The mention of Jiraiya brought a heaviness to the air. Naruto set his jaw. I know, and I'm not letting it slide. Trust me, I've worked for this. Shikamaru observed him carefully. I can't read you like I used to. It's like you're somehow different. That's the second time I've heard that today, Naruto remarked, crossing his arms. Look, I'm grateful for your concern, but I don't want you worrying about me now. We've got bigger problems. Sakura stepped closer, searching his eyes. Naruto, I just want to make sure you're okay. Her voice trembled with a kind of earnestness that made his heart twist. He reached up, surprisingly bold, and brushed a thumb across her cheek. I'm okay. Better than okay, actually, but thanks. It was a tender gesture, one that left Sakura's cheeks burning. Shikamaru cleared his throat. All right then, since the drama is thick, Naruto, we need to debrief you on what we know about pain. Let's walk back to the intelligence division. Naruto pulled his hand away, eyes flicking between them. Fine. But after that, I could use a break. Maybe a bowl of ramen and some company? Sakura's expression flickered. She recognized that hint of flirtation in his tone, a subtle edge that reminded her how Naruto was no longer that starry-eyed boy chasing after her. He'd grown in more ways than one. Sure, she mumbled, hoping the heat in her cheeks wasn't too obvious. By the time Naruto finished his briefing at the intelligence division, the sun had dipped below the horizon. The team had gone over the ominous specifics. 6 paths of pain, each apparently controlled by one individual somewhere outside the village. They recounted the horrors that befell Jiraiya in a megacure. Naruto's fists tightened as they described the man with the Rinnegan. It was all so personal, yet Naruto kept his cool, leaving Inoichi Yamanaka and Ibiki somewhat impressed by his composure. He parted ways with Shikamaru and Sakura at the door, stepping into the cool night air. His stomach rumbled. A grin touched his lips. The old Naruto would have gone straight to Ichiraku Ramen for an immediate fix. But he'd promised himself a bit of relaxation and he had an urge to see some of the friends he missed. He wandered the streets lit by lanterns. Familiar faces greeted him with waves and murmurs, some with worry, some with gratitude that Naruto had come back at such a dire time. It all felt strangely good, like a homecoming drenched in tension. Hey, Naruto, a voice called. He turned to see Ino leaning on the wooden railing outside Yamanaka Flowers, wearing a short purple skirt and a half-zipped jacket. She flicked her long, pale blonde hair behind her shoulder, eyes bright with curiosity and something else he recognized as playful interest. Hey, Ino, he replied, stepping closer. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the railing, giving him a once-over. You're back in the village, and the rumor mill says you caused quite a stir in the Hokage's office. Naruto shrugged, crossing his arms. What can I say? I like making an entrance. She raised an eyebrow, her glossy lips curving into a smile. I heard you've changed, that you're ridiculously strong now. He returned her smile. You want a demonstration? Ino laughed lightly. Easy there, Tiger. Another time, maybe. Right now, I'm just closing up shop. The day's been brutal. Naruto stepped forward. Need help? She hesitated, glancing around the dimly lit street. Actually, maybe I could use a hand lifting a few bags of fertilizer out back. But you're not too important for that. She arched an eyebrow in challenge. He smirked. I can handle a bit of manual labor. Ino led him inside, guiding him through rows of colorful flowers. The sweet scent tickled his nose, stirring a sense of calm. He followed her into the back storage room, where a half-dozen large sacks of fertilizer sat waiting. Naruto hefted them onto a nearby shelf effortlessly. He felt Ino's gaze travel up and down his frame as he moved. The tension between them was a new kind. Not just casual friendship, but an undercurrent of attraction. You really are stronger, Ino said, her voice low and near his ear. What else change? He set down the final sack. Want specifics? Only if you're willing to share, she teased, resting a hand on his arm. And maybe, put on a little show. There was a daring sparkle in her eyes that made his pulse quicken. He shouldn't be surprised. Ino was known for her boldness, her outgoing streak. The old him might have blushed and stammered. The new him? He found himself stepping closer, sliding an arm around her waist. Ino, I'm not the same CLD quietly, but if you're trying to get me to do ninjutsu for your entertainment. Maybe I just want to see how you've grown, she breathed. He felt the heat of her body. The memory of losing Jiraiya, the looming threat of pain, everything weighed on him. But in this moment, Naruto realized he wanted to allow himself a taste of living, a spark of desire. He crushed his mouth against hers, impulsive and eager. Ino gasped, then melted into him. The kiss was hungry, laced with months of pent-up tension. He felt her nails rake across the back of his neck. The world narrowed to the press of her lips and the soft moan she made. They broke apart, breathing heavily. Ino's cheeks were aflame, her lips parted. Naruto held her gaze, heart thumping. The old him would have stumbled over an apology. Instead, he just smirked. She managed a sly grin. I guess your training included more than just martial arts. Naruto chuckled. Guess so. They stood in that moment, pulses racing, until reality intruded. A harsh clang from the street outside snapped them back. Ino cleared her throat, smoothing her hair. We should, the store's closing. And you probably have other people to see, right? He nodded, though he didn't move from her space right away. He brushed a thumb over her bottom lip, a gesture that made her shiver. Yeah, but I'll come see you again. Ino nodded, swallowing. She looked simultaneously pleased and a little overwhelmed. You better. He left the shop with a rush of confidence and no small measure of excitement buzzing through him. The village air felt cooler on his heated skin, a reminder that he was pushing boundaries. But part of him, probably the part that had grown more pragmatic and bold, didn't care. He wasn't going to hold back on anything anymore, whether it was training or intimacy. Night settled fully by the time Naruto reached the outskirts of the village. He found himself drifting to the memorial stone, where names of the fallen were etched into polished black stone. Crickets sang from the bushes, the moonlight illuminating the clearing in pale silver. Naruto ran a hand over the stone, finding the name of Jiraiya among those lost on missions. He stood there silently, wrestling with the knot of grief in his chest. The images of Jiraiya's lifeless body, the meager information they'd pried from his final moments. Naruto clenched his fists. There was a familiar burn behind his eyes, but he kept the tears at bay. He'd cried enough for Jiraiya. Now was the time to stand tall. Don't worry, he murmured to the stone. I won't let your death be in vain. A gentle voice broke through the hush. Naruto-kun? He turned to see Hinata, shy as ever, standing under a large oak tree. She wore a soft jacket and capri pants, her pale eyes reflecting moonlight. Her hands fidgeted in front of her. Hinata, he said softly, some of his tension easing. She had a calming presence, though he knew she could be fierce in battle. What are you doing out here? She approached, eyes darting away in that old, timid manner. I come here sometimes at night, too, to pay respects. I saw you from a distance and wanted to say hi. Naruto nodded, turning back to the stone. I was talking to Pervy Sage. Hinata stepped beside him, close but not too close. I'm sure he'd be proud of you. she said quietly. Words spreading that you're incredibly strong now, even beyond what anyone imagined. Hey, maybe, Naruto allowed. I've changed a bit, that's true. She turned toward him, mouth parting as if she wanted to say something else. But when his gaze slid over, she flushed and quickly looked away. He wondered if she was about to confess her feelings again. It wasn't news to him that she admired him, maybe even loved him. But tonight, she seemed uncertain. And Naruto wasn't one to push her if she wasn't ready. When he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, she froze, cheeks coloring. You okay? He asked. I'm so glad you're here, Hinata managed. Her voice trembled. The village needs you, and I. He felt his chest tighten with warmth for her. Hinata was so different from Ino, from Sakura, from the others. Gentle, unwavering, but quiet in how she expressed herself. Come here, he murmured, pulling her close. To his surprise, she didn't resist though she stiffened at first, her face probably bright red. Her arms tentatively looped around his back. He felt the quick flutter of her heartbeat through his shirt. For a moment, they stood there by the memorial stone, his chin resting atop her dark hair. It felt surreal, holding Hinata so close. Another old part of him would have stammered and turned red, but tonight, he embraced it. You don't have to say anything, he whispered, though he suspected that she might muster the courage eventually. I know how you feel. Her breath caught, and she buried her face against his chest. Thank you, she managed softly. Time seemed to slow, the two of them alone in the quiet night, sharing a moment that might have been years in the making. Naruto's heart was pounding again, but in a different way than it had with Ino. He realized he genuinely cared for Hinata's feelings, that her devotion touched something deeper in him. Part of him worried about how complicated this would become. Another part of him wanted to push that aside and enjoy being wanted. Eventually, Hinata pulled back, her face a blaze of blush. She seemed like she wanted to say more, but found no words. Naruto spared her by taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. I'll walk you back. The village isn't safe at night, especially if Pain's lurking around. She nodded, grateful, and together they left the memorial stone. As they walked, the faint glow of the moon above them, Naruto felt an odd swirl of satisfaction and apprehension. He could fight, train, and push his new powers to the limit, but the deeper complexities of relationships he realized they were no less challenging than Sage Mode. A series of muffled rumbles broke the morning hush of Konoha. Dark clouds loomed overhead, as if heralding a storm soon to come. Naruto, who had barely slept, was awake and meditating on the rooftop of his old apartment complex. The swirl of toad sage energy coursed through him easily, but he tempered it, refusing to let the serpentine or slug energies slip in for now. He needed better control. He felt the subtle shift behind him. Kakashi's presence was distinct enough to sense even with minimal concentration. Naruto opened his eyes and turned. Kakashi stood there, arms crossed, the early breeze ruffling his silver hair. So you're really back, the copy ninja said softly, his single visible eye showing a mix of relief and curiosity. Naruto hopped to his feet. Yeah. Heard you've been busy with border patrols. They suspect an infiltration soon, right? Kakashi nodded. We can't confirm exactly when Pain will move, but we suspect soon. The intel from Omegakure suggests he's gathering strength. Then, in a gentler tone, he asked, how are you holding up? Losing Jiraiya was hard. Naruto looked away briefly, recalling the final moments of Jiraiya's life that had been relayed to him. I'm dealing, he said simply. I'm more determined than ever. Kakashi gave a slow nod. When I look at you now, I see a confidence I haven't seen before. I won't pry. But let's just say, the entire village is banking on you to step up, especially after what you showed Tsunade-sama yesterday. Naruto's lips curved in a small, somewhat roguish grin. Then I guess I'd better not disappoint. They stood in companionable silence for a moment. Kakashi eventually clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You've come a long way. I'm proud of you. And I'll fight by your side when the time comes. Naruto nodded, gratitude flickering in his eyes. I'll hold you to that. No dying on me, got it? Right back id, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Left alone, Naruto took a deep breath. He looked out at the village rooftops, feeling the swirl of energies under his skin. He was strong, no question about it. But would it be enough to face someone who'd bested Jiraiya and destroyed other shinobi with ease? He let a flicker of snake sage chakra mingle with the toad's energy, feeling his senses expand further than the usual. He picked up on heartbeats in the near vicinity, heard distant murmurs of village chatter. An acrid tension hung in the air like a storm about to break. A storm named Pain, he thought grimly. Word spread fast that Naruto Uzumaki had returned, exuding an air of power that set the village rumor mill ablaze. The day was a blur of check-ins and quick greetings. He saw Tenten at the training fields and traded a few playful jabs and compliments, drawing a blush from her before a squad of Chunin arrived. He ran into Kiba and Shino, who were both startled by Naruto's new aura. Everywhere he went, people paused, turned, whispered. Some were hopeful, others uncertain. The attack was imminent, and Naruto's presence felt like both a comfort and a mystery. By midday, Tsunade requested his presence in the newly reconstructed council room, which bristled with Jonin and clan representatives. She wanted him to confirm, in front of them, that he was ready for whatever threat Pain posed. Naruto obliged, though the half-veiled skepticism from some of the older shinobi spiked his temper. He kept it in check. He couldn't afford to lose it now. After the meeting, Tsunade pulled him aside. "Naruto, if Pain attacks, I'm counting on you to protect the village. But don't do anything that endangers your own life unnecessarily." Naruto gave a wry smile. "No promises." Her eyes narrowed. "I'm serious. There's more at stake than just revenge. The entire village depends on you. If you fight recklessly, you're putting everyone at risk." He held her gaze. "Ba-chan, trust me. My training wasn't just about raw power, I've learned control too. I won't let anyone else die. Not if I can help it." Tsunade, taken aback by the certainty in his voice, finally nodded. "All right, Naruto. I trust you." He patted her shoulder in a way that would have been unthinkable before, but Tsunade let it slide. She saw the ghost of Jiraiya's grin in the young man's face, and it made her heart twist with both ache and hope. As evening descended again, Naruto found himself near the academy grounds, an odd nostalgia tugging at him. He remembered how he used to make a fool of himself here, trying to get any scrap of attention. Now, he stood at the front gates, watching the orange glow of street lamps warm the courtyard. The air carried a hush of anticipation. A figure in tight black pants and a short sleeveless top approached. Tenten. She looked a little flushed, perhaps from training. Her dark hair was braided in twin buns. "Naruto. You're actually standing still for once." He gave a lazy grin. "Surprising, right? Just thinking." "About Pain?" she asked, stepping closer. He glanced at her. "That's on my mind, but I guess I'm also thinking about how much has changed. How much I've changed." Tenten studied him, her eyes flickering with curiosity. "You definitely feel different. Your chakra, your attitude." She paused. "I heard you even gave Sakura a heart-thumping moment in the hospital earlier. People are gossiping." Naruto chuckled, recalling the half-finished, heated moment with Sakura that had been interrupted by a random nurse. "I guess word travels fast." Tenten rolled her eyes but smiled. "Of course it does. With you, every rumor spreads like wildfire." She hesitated, cheeks warming. "I was just about to grab a bite. Want to join me?" Naruto looked at her for a moment, reading the unspoken invitation in her eyes. Another time, he would have fumbled, but now he simply nodded. "Sure." They walked through the dimly lit streets, ending up at a small yakitori stand. The hush of the evening overshadowed any crowd that might have come earlier. They settled on stools, ordered some skewers, and let the quiet hum of the kitchen fill the space. Tenten fiddled with a napkin. "So, I heard you can use Toad Sage mode, but some people said they felt something else in your chakra. Is that true?" Naruto's gaze flicked over. He took a sip of his water. "Maybe." She smiled wryly. Cryptic. "Huh, fine. Keep your secrets. Just promise you won't burn yourself out trying to save all of us." He gently touched her wrist. "I'm not about to die, don't worry." Tenten's cheeks tinged pink. "I'm not worried you're too stubborn to die." They shared a laugh, and soon enough, they were chatting about old missions, how they'd grown, how the war with Akatsuki loomed. Naruto found her straightforwardness refreshing. Tenten was never one to beat around the bush. After the meal, they stepped outside. The night air was cool on their faces. The tension between them was faint but present, an undercurrent of curiosity and attraction. Tenten shifted on her feet, tilting her head up at him. Thanks for the company, she said quietly. Without hesitation, Naruto leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. It was a gentle kiss, less urgent than with Ino, less charged with years of longing than with Hinata. But it held an unexpected warmth. He felt her lips curve into a smile against his, and her hand found his shoulder. When they pulled apart, Tenten released a breathless chuckle. Didn't see that coming. He smirked. Are you upset? Not exactly, she admitted, face glowing. You sure you're not just messing with me? Naruto brushed a thumb across her cheek. I don't do things I don't want to do. I wouldn't toy with you, Tenten. She studied his eyes, saw the earnest glimmer, and nodded. Okay. They parted ways under the street lamp, and Naruto couldn't shake the swirl of satisfaction mingling with guilt. This was new territory for him, pursuing multiple women at once. He told himself life was short, tomorrow the village might be attacked, and he wanted to seize every moment of happiness he could. Was it reckless? Maybe. But he felt a thirst for living that overshadowed caution. Naruto's paw. I'm used to craving approval, but this new wave of attention from Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Tenten feels different. It's like I finally stepped out of the shadow of being the outcast. Now I'm free to be myself. Or maybe a new version of me altogether. It's exhilarating and scary. Jiraiya would probably be proud of my newfound confidence with women, but I can't help wondering if I'm going too far. Then again, the world is on the brink of chaos. Who can blame me for wanting to taste what life has to offer? End Naruto's pav. Late that same night, a chill wind swept through the battered outskirts of the Fire Country's borders. Dark silhouettes moved silently through the underbrush, 6 figures, each radiating an eerie presence. The 6 paths of pain advanced. Ahead, the grand walls of Konoha loomed under the moonlight. In the center path, the orange-haired man with Rinnegan eyes lifted his gaze. We have arrived, he said in a quiet, hollow tone. Let us show them the wrath of God. Naruto stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower, arms folded, midnight air whipping around him. He felt a pulse in the atmosphere, a disturbance. The faint throbbing of enemy chakra scraping at the edges of his senses like a distant thunder. Pain had arrived in the land of fire. He took one last look over the sleeping village. No matter how many women's lips he tasted or how strong he'd become, this was what truly mattered. Protecting these people, this place. A slow exhale escaped him, the swirl of natural energies from the toad, snake, and slug realms throbbing beneath his skin. He was ready. Pain would soon learn that Konoha was not defenseless. Naruto closed his eyes, letting the swirling chakra stabilize. I'm coming for you, and this time, you won't be taking anyone away from me. Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating the looming storm clouds. The die was cast. Tomorrow, or the next day, or even the next hour, the invasion would begin. And Naruto Uzumaki, newly armed with godlike sage powers, would stand at the center of it all. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Shadows loom over Konoha. The sky over Konoha looked like polished steel at dawn, a flat gray that promised rain. Despite the early hour, people hurried through the winding streets, tense and alert. Word was spreading that the Akatsuki's most dangerous member, Pain, was poised to strike at any time. Patrol units had doubled, while shinobi teams crisscrossed the village perimeter, searching for the slightest sign of infiltration. On the roof of the Hokage Tower, Naruto stood alone against the stiff breeze. His hair whipped in the gusts, eyes narrowed at the horizon. He could feel the change in the air, like a sharp intake of breath before a thunderclap. Everything in him braced for the chaos to come. He remembered Jiraiya's warm grin and offhand remarks about how the world was so vast. So many secrets out there, Naruto, the old pervert had once said, cheeks rosy from a few too many bottles of sake. Train all you want here, but never stop looking for answers in unexpected places. Those words echoed in his mind. He'd taken them to heart far more literally than anyone might guess. The toads, the snakes, the slugs, Naruto had traveled. Pushed the boundaries, returned a different man. He hopped off the tower, letting gravity take him. With a precise pulse of chakra, he landed effortlessly in the street below. A cluster of Chunin heading for their morning shift stopped to stare. One or two gave him a respectful nod, obviously curious about his rumored new power. Naruto offered a quick smile in return, then strode off toward the training grounds. He caught sight of Tenten and Lee mid-spar in the wide expanse of open field near the forest edge. their strikes blurred, staffs and fists crossing. Lee, perennially enthusiastic, launched into a spinning kick that Tenten parried with a glinting bow staff. They broke apart, panting. Tenten's eyes darted to Naruto as soon as she noticed his presence. The faintest smile crossed her lips. She rolled her shoulders, stepping back from Lee. "Let's pause," she said. "We've got company." Lee turned, blinking. "Naruto, good morning, my youthful friend. Are you here to train as well?" Naruto shrugged. "Figured I'd see who was around. You two looked busy." Lee beamed. "We're trying to stay sharp. Lady Tsunade says the threat is imminent." His expression turned serious. "But we won't let Konoha fall without a fight." Tenten gave a quick nod. "We're ready, though we could all use a morale boost." She flashed Naruto a look that combined curiosity and warmth. "Think you can show us some new moves?" Naruto glanced around. "I'll spar with you another time. Right now, I want to make sure we have a plan in place when Pain shows up. You seen Neji?" "Neji's on reconnaissance duty," Tenten replied, resting her bow staff against her shoulder. "They're running sweeps in the forest region. Maybe you can find him if you head out toward the main gate. His shift should end soon." Naruto nodded, though his gaze lingered on Tenten for a moment. The memory of their shared meal and that spontaneous kiss still glowed in his mind. "All right," he said. "Stay sharp. If anything happens, get the civilians to safety first." Lee saluted, and Tenten gave him a quick grin that said, "Be careful." Naruto left the training grounds, a swirl of thoughts tugging at him. Part of him wanted to pull Tenten aside, maybe pick up where they'd left off. But the bigger threat overshadowed everything, and he couldn't afford to slip into daydreams for too long. The clang of the front gates echoed through the brisk morning air. 2 guards stood at their posts, scanning the tree line. They looked uneasy, shifting from foot to foot whenever the wind rustled the branches nearby. Neji appeared in a flutter of movement, dropping from a high branch to land lightly on the road. His Byakugan deactivated, leaving him with those pale, clear eyes that missed nothing. He approached the gate, nodding to the guards. Naruto stepped out from the shadows. "Neji." The Hyuga turned, a slight lift in his brows signaling surprise. "Naruto. You move quietly these days." "Must be all that natural energy," Naruto joked, though there was an undercurrent of truth behind it. "You find anything out there?" Neji shook his head. "No sign of infiltration on this stretch, but the forest is unnaturally quiet. Some birds have gone missing. The wildlife feels disturbed, like something is looming." "That lines up with the intel Tsunade got," Naruto said. "We can't pinpoint exactly where Pain's coming from, but it's happening soon." Neji studied him, eyes lingering on Naruto's face. "You don't seem worried." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm anxious, yeah, but I'm not scared. We're ready for him. I've been training for exactly this." For a moment, the two regarded each other in silence. Neji finally nodded, a small sign of respect. "Then let's make sure we protect our home, no matter what." "Count on it," Naruto said, managing a quick grin. His senses prickled then, a faint ripple of unfamiliar chakra tickling at the edges of perception. It flitted away so fast that he wasn't certain it was real. But every hair on his neck stood on end. Pain was close. The early afternoon brought heavy clouds rolling in, casting the village in a dull hush. Most shops remained open but had an air of urgency. People rushed through purchases, anticipating the worst. Shinobi squads patrolled more openly in groups, while experienced veterans like Shikamaru, Katetsu, Izumo, and others coordinated with Anbu to guard strategic points. Amid this tense bustle, Naruto headed for the hospital. He'd promised Tsunade a demonstration of his improved healing abilities, something that might aid their medics in a large-scale assault. She wanted him to replicate what he called his slug sage regeneration in a controlled environment. Naruto didn't exactly relish the thought letting Med Nin poke and prod him, but if it saved lives, he'd do it. As he slipped inside the hospital's sliding doors, the sterile smell and muted bustle of patients and staff washed over him. Healing wards were busier than usual with the rising injuries from the border skirmishes. Pain might not have launched his full invasion yet, but smaller engagements had already rattled Konoha's lines. He asked a passing nurse where Tsunade was. The nurse directed him to a corner lab on the 2nd floor. Naruto weaved through the corridors until he found Tsunade talking quietly with Shizune, who clutched a clipboard. You made it, Tsunade said, relief flooding her tone. Let's get this started. They led him into a small examination room with bright overhead lights and glass-fronted cabinets stocked with medical tools and potions. Two medic nin lingered near the back, preparing to take notes. Tsunade nodded to Shizune, who stepped forward. Start by channeling your healing chakra on a small cut, Shizune instructed. Let's see if you can really generate the same regenerative properties as Slug Sage mode implies. Naruto let out a breath. He pricked the tip of his finger with a kunai, nothing drastic, just a shallow cut. A bead of blood welled up. He closed his eyes, focusing on that swirl of natural energy he'd borrowed from his time in Shikatsu Forest. Unlike the toad or snake variations, Slug Sage chakra had a softer, cooler feel, like water running through him. He directed it to his fingertip. Before everyone's eyes, the cut sealed almost instantly, leaving unblemished skin. One of the medic nin let out a sharp gasp. The other scribbled notes furiously. Tsunade folded her arms. UCA scale, right? She pressed. Multiple injuries, for instance? Naruto shrugged. Probably, but let's not slice me to ribbons to find out. Shizune's face softened. We won't do anything too drastic, but we need to push your limits so we know what we're dealing with if the worst happens. The worst. Everyone felt that looming possibility. If pain unleashed a large-scale jutsu, they'd have casualties everywhere. Tsunade wanted a trump card to keep as many people alive as possible. Naruto laid a hand on his chest, remembering the times he'd tested this aspect of Sage mode in private. It was draining regenerative chakra at this level, devoured stamina like a raging fire. But he believed he could do it. All right, he said, bracing himself. Just don't go overboard, okay? Tsunade gestured for the med nin to begin. One of them nodded, gently lifting Naruto's arm. The test involved applying a series of small, controlled incisions along his forearm, each a bit deeper than the last. With each cut, Naruto activated the Slug Sage mode chakra to mend the wound before it could do more than bleed a few drops. Sweat beaded his brow after half a dozen incisions, but the results were undeniable. Within seconds, the flesh knit together, leaving minimal scars. The medic nin looked astonished. Even Tsunade, known as the best healer in the shinobi world, seemed taken aback by the speed. Remarkable, Shizune murmured, pressing her palm to Naruto's wrist to read his vitals. His chakra levels are still high, though there's a noticeable strain. You're pulling it off, Tsunade agreed, her eyes shining with a mix of pride and concern. But you'll need to be careful. You can't heal an entire army by yourself, no matter how powerful you are. Naruto exhaled, letting go of the slug energy. I know, it's more of an emergency thing. If the battle gets too heavy and the medics can't keep up, I can jump in. That might be enough to save a lot of lives, Tsunade said quietly. Then she stepped closer, putting a hand on his shoulder. You're doing great. Just promise me you'll watch your back. This constant Sage mode switching is new territory. Even Jiraiya never tried it. He gave her a small, confident grin. I'll manage. Shizune made a few final notes, and the test concluded. Tsunade dismissed the medic nin. As they filed out, a familiar figure hovered in the doorway. Sakura, eyes flicking anxiously between them. Is Naruto okay? She asked. I heard you were doing some unconventional experiments. Naruto pulled down his sleeve to hide the lingering marks on his forearm. Just some tests, nothing too weird. Sakura closed the distance, lips tightening at the sight of blood smears on the bandages the med nin had placed around him. I wish you wouldn't push yourself so recklessly. We know you're strong, I just don't want you risking your life just to prove it. He felt a wave of heat rush through him at her concern. In a softened voice, he said, I'm being careful, Sakura. This is for the village, not just me. Her brow furrowed. She shot Tsunade a questioning look, but the Hokage only nodded, a silent confirmation that this was indeed necessary. Sakura sighed, then reached for his bandaged arm and began applying her own healing chakra, sealing the last traces of the incisions. Her brow smoothed out as the wounds closed cleanly. You're so stubborn, she whispered, half chiding, half relieved. Naruto caught her eyes. I am, but you already knew that. Their little moment drew an amused scoff from Tsunade, who turned away to check some charts. After a few more seconds, Naruto gently rested his free hand on Sakura's waist. She flushed but didn't pull away. It wasn't exactly the time or place for a full-blown embrace, yet the gesture felt intimate enough to make her heart skip. "Let's get out of here," he murmured. "I could use some fresh air." Sakura nodded, eyes betraying equal amounts of worry and something softer. "Sure." They left Tsunade and Shizune behind, stepping out into the corridor, which smelled faintly of antiseptic. Sakura held onto his bandaged hand as they walked. Naruto glanced around to ensure no one was watching before pulling her closer. "You really are bolder now," she said, quietly amused. "Is that a complaint?" he teased. She shook her head. "No, just an observation." He grinned. They reached a deserted section of hallway storage closets lining the walls, and he felt a sudden urge to taste her lips again, the same compulsion that had overtaken him back when he first returned. Maybe it was the anxiety twisting in his gut, or the knowledge that pain was so close. Every moment felt precious, fleeting. Sakura's cheeks colored as he leaned in. "Naruto, where someone might see." "It'll be quick," he whispered. She didn't resist. Their lips met, soft at first, then heated. Her hand tightened in his hair, and he felt her heart pounding against his chest. The sterile hospital hallways suddenly felt worlds away from the tension outside. For a few seconds, all they had was the rush of breath and the thrum of new passion. At the far end of the hall, a startled gasp shattered the moment. A nurse stood there holding a tray of medical supplies, eyes wide as saucers. Sakura jumped back, face burning, trying to appear nonchalant. Naruto released a low cough, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Sakura stammered, clearing her throat. "We were just discussing The nurse blinked, then hurried away, clearly not wanting to ask questions. Naruto suppressed a laugh. "Oops." Sakura glared, her face still red. "You're impossible." He only shrugged. "Life's short, might as well enjoy it." Sakura rolled her eyes but didn't argue. She stole a final quick kiss before leading him back toward the main entrance. Outside, the overcast sky rumbled with distant thunder. Despite the gloom, the marketplace was busy, shinobi hurrying to gather supplies, families rushing to buy groceries. A collective sense of tension hung in the air. Naruto let Sakura's hand slip from his as they neared the bustling crowds, though the warmth of her lingered. He was about to suggest they grab a quick bite when a sudden spike of chakra gripped his senses like a vice. He froze in place, goosebumps prickling his arms. Sakura noticed the change in him immediately. "Something wrong?" she asked, voice low. He closed his eyes, stretching out his newfound sensitivity. He picked up flickers of malevolent energy, scattered around the perimeter of the village like ripples in a pond. Each swirl of chakra felt disturbingly uniform, yet emanated from different directions. "They're here," he said quietly. "Pain's infiltration. Multiple points." Sakura's breath caught. She glanced around. Villagers continued their daily routine, unaware. But the moment wouldn't last. He could feel it, an electric tension about to snap. "Find Tsunade," he told her, voice steady. "Warn her. We need the emergency protocols activated." She nodded, fear and resolve mingling in her eyes. "Be careful, Naruto." He squeezed her hand briefly, then shot off toward the village wall, bounding across rooftops with fluid grace. The first alarm echoed through the streets seconds later, a short, piercing siren that triggered the evacuation procedures. Shinobi leapt into action, calling to civilians to clear the streets, shepherding them to underground shelters. Naruto landed on a high vantage point near the southwestern section of Konoha. A swirl of dust flared up as he braced himself. That ominous chakra felt close. A flash of movement in the distance. The black and orange cloak. Rinnegan eyes, cold and lethal. One of the 6 paths of pain soared overhead on a gigantic, summoned bird. Another crashed through the outer barricades with savage force. The infiltration had become an outright invasion in seconds. Down in the streets, a squad of Konoha Shino, overwhelming power of the Asura path. Metal arms expanded from Pain's body, launching explosives into nearby buildings. People screamed, diving for cover. Debris rained down. A group of Chunin formed a defensive perimeter, trying to stall him. Asura path barely paused, a mechanical whir echoing from inside his body. A barrage of missiles whistled through the air. The Chunin scattered in panic. Naruto dropped from above, unleashing a gust of chakra that blew the missiles off course, sending them detonating harmlessly into the ground behind the shops. The explosion still rocked the area, dust clouds billowing out, but the civilians were spared. He crouched low, eyes locked on the Asura path. The pain figure turned its head, facial piercings gleaming. It regarded him with an eerie calm. Pain, Naruto growled. No answer. The path's robotic limbs whirred, preparing another assault. Naruto inhaled, forcing his mind to focus. Toad Sage mode was the simplest to call upon. First he let that bright, fiery energy surge through him, turning his eyes golden with slit pupils. He'd spent so much time mastering this that it came almost naturally now. The Asura path lunged, metal fists morphing into sharpened spikes. Naruto ducked, weaving around the deadly blades. He slammed a Rasengan laced with natural energy into Pain's torso. The blow sent the path hurtling across the street, smashing into a stone wall. Shinobi onlookers gaped. They'd expected a drawn-out exchange, but Naruto's raw power was shocking, even to those who'd seen him train before. Naruto didn't let the moment distract him. He sensed another spike in chakra from behind. "Get down!" he shouted to the Chunin squad. They dove aside just as the animal path arrived, summoning a monstrous, multi-headed dog that crashed onto the street with a furious roar. The beast's footsteps left craters in the earth. It launched at Naruto, each head snapping with dripping fangs. Naruto sprang forward, switching seamlessly into a partial snake. Sage enhancement needed the serpentine reflex and agility. His body seemed to bend impossibly as he twisted away from the snapping jaws, then raked his fingertips across the dog's flank with a slicing wave of chakra. The creature howled, splitting into two separate beasts that each lunged in a different direction. The Konoha shinobi looked ready to panic. Attacking only made it multiply. Naruto clenched his teeth. "Everyone back. Let me handle this one." The Chunin retreated, relief and fear etched across their faces. Naruto flipped onto a nearby rooftop, the twin demon dogs skidding on the street below. He inhaled, forcing calm, letting that heavier, thicker slug sage mode creep in. This time he'd use the binding technique he'd perfected. He pressed a hand to the roof tiles, channeling the healing-based, ceiling-laced chakra in a wide radius around him. It wasn't something Tsunade had taught him. He'd improvised, blending different forms of nature energy. A faint pattern glowed under his palm. As the beasts leapt, snapping at him, they collided with an invisible barrier of natural energy that locked their limbs in place. For a heartbeat, they strained, jaws slathering. Naruto locked eyes with them, then poured more chakra into the seal. In an instant, the twin dogs shrank into a swirl of dark smoke, forcibly dispelled back to wherever they'd been summoned from. Below, the animal path hissed, stepping backward in surprise. Naruto jumped down, closing the distance in a flash. He unleashed a whirlwind of punches and kicks, each blow bolstered by sage strength, pounding at the path's defenses. The moment Animal Path tried to leap away, Naruto flickered behind him. "Not so fast," Naruto spat, driving an elbow into the path's spine. A shockwave of chakra blasted the path face first into the ground, cracking the pavement. He could feel the rush of power, the mix of toad reflexes, snake cunning, slug healing, all swirling inside him. The synergy felt exhilarating, like he was unstoppable. But deep inside, he knew he had to pace himself. Maintaining these transitions too long risked draining him, or worse, losing control. Still, the immediate threat demanded everything he had. He sensed more chakra flares across the village, meaning more paths were in play. He had to move fast. Meanwhile, a deafening explosion rocked the northern quadrant of Konoha. Shinra Tensei and Almighty Push flattened a row of houses. Civilians screamed, fleeing into side streets. The Diva Path glided through the swirling debris, expression calm as if this destruction meant nothing. Kakashi and a squad of Anbu confronted him, forming a line. Kakashi's Sharingan flared, tracking every movement. An Anbu to his right launched a fire jutsu. Another to his left tried a lightning strike. The Diva Path simply raised a hand, repelling each attack with invisible force. Kakashi grit his teeth. "We have to close the distance, use taijutsu. If we let him unleash Shinra Tensei again at full power, we're finished." The Anbu nodded, darting in from multiple angles. Kakashi flickered in behind them, a rakery sizzling in his palm. But the moment they closed in, the Diva Path unleashed a smaller, Concentrated repulsion wave. The Anbu were hurled backward, crashing into broken walls and rubble. Kakashi barely managed to anchor himself with a chakra-infused foothold, skidding across the cracked ground. The Diva Path's eyes shifted, focusing in the distance as though listening to an unheard voice. Then it turned away, floating upward toward higher ground. Kakashi didn't wait, he gave chase, ignoring the ache in his ribs. Other corners of Konoha erupted into chaos. The Preta Path sucked the chakra from any jutsu that came near, draining entire squads of their energy. The human path rampaged in the heart of the market district, ripping souls from terrified victims. Bodies crumpled in the streets. Tsunade stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower, scanning the devastation. Her fists trembled with rage. Danzo and the elders were nowhere to be found, likely cowering in some hidden bunker. A part of her wanted to track them down and force them to help defend the village, but that would waste precious time. She had to coordinate the defense now. Mobilize the medical teams, she roared to the nearest Jonin, and keep the shelters guarded if any path gets in there. She couldn't finish the sentence, the thought too horrifying. Instead, she stepped to the edge of the rooftop and launched herself into the fray, summoning Katsuyu the moment her sandals hit the next building. The massive slug appeared in a burst of smoke, a portion of it immediately dividing into smaller clones to assist the wounded. "Find Naruto," she muttered under her breath. "We need him to keep these monsters at bay while we figure out the real one behind them." Naruto, mid-leap across a series of rooftops, sensed something flying in from behind. He spun just as a massive centipede summon crashed onto the roof behind him, segments rattling. The creature's mandibles clacked, poison dripping as it lunged. He vaulted over it, landing on the next rooftop. Another wave of the animal path's summons, no doubt. He readied a Rasengan but found himself pinned between the centipede and a strange, chameleon-like summon to his left. Both closed in, ready to tear him apart. He forced a grin. "You want to swarm me? Fine." Drawing on Toad Sage strength, he pounded the centipede, flipping it onto its back. Then he darted beneath the swirling tail of the chameleon, planting an explosive tag on its belly. Before it could register the threat, he leapt clear, detonating the tag. A shriek filled the air as the chameleon vanished in a cloud of dust. "They're trying to slow me down," he realized, catching his breath. "I have to find the main body. If I take him out, the summons will stop." A swirl of white smoke erupted on the next rooftop, another animal path summon or maybe a new threat. Naruto tensed, ready, but instead of a monstrous creature, a toad messenger hopped by and croaked anxiously. "Naruto-chan. Ma and Pa are worried. They say be careful mixing energies so recklessly." He frowned, trying not to let frustration show. "Tell them I'll be fine." The messenger toad looked unconvinced but nodded. It vanished in another puff of smoke. Naruto exhaled, focusing on his next target. If he could corner the animal path that was still at large and handle it for good, that might cut down the flood of summons. He scanned the ruined streets below, eyes narrowed. In the distance, he glimpsed the animal path bounding across rooftops, a trail of summoning smoke behind it. Time to end this, he thought, launching forward in pursuit. On the ground, a swirl of leaves signaled a new arrival at the hospital entrance. Sakura, leading a squad of Mednin, paused to let more wounded shinobi inside. She bit her lip, scanning the horizon for signs of Naruto or any other allies. The roars of summons shook the air, and dust plumes rose from demolished buildings. A small slime-like piece of Katsuyu slithered toward her, coiling around her ankle to deliver Tsunade's instructions. "Sakura, you must maintain the triage center here. Don't engage any pain alone. Keep the wounded alive. Naruto's handling the main threat." Sakura swallowed, adrenaline spiking. She knew it was the right call, her medical expertise was needed here. But worry gnawed at her. "Please be careful, Naruto." She directed the med nin to set up more cots, then sprinted to the large hall where they'd started grouping the injured. Bodies lined the floor, some unconscious, some groaning in pain. She recognized old classmates, neighbors, people who used to greet her on the street. The sight turned her stomach. A moan drew her attention. Hinata lay near the far corner, cradling her arm. Sakura's heart lurched. She rushed over, kneeling beside the Hyuga heiress. "Hinata, what happened?" Hinata's breath came in trembling gasps, her face pale. I fought one of the paths, didn't see the second one until it was too late. Her right arm bore deep burns. The skin was raw, blistered, some kind of blast or acid. Sakura's chest tightened. We'll get you fixed up, okay? She pressed glowing palms to Hinata's burns, carefully applying healing chakra. Where's Neji? A flicker of worry crossed Hinata's features. I'm not sure. He was fighting another path when I got hit. Sakura muttered a curse under her breath. The Hyuga clan was spread out, each covering a sector, but pain had come from so many angles at once that no single group could stand strong. She had to trust that Neji could handle himself until they could regroup. As Sakura's chakra mended Hinata's burns, the younger girl stifled a cry. Tears of pain beaded in her eyes. Naruto's out there, right? Sakura nodded, focusing on the healing. Yeah. He's doing everything he can. She forced a reassuring tone, though inside she felt a gnawing worry for him too. He'll be all right. You know how stubborn he is. Hinata exhaled shakily. He's grown so strong. I just hope he doesn't push himself too far. You and me both, Sakura murmured, gently finishing the healing. Try to rest. You'll be needed again soon. In the northern quadrant, Kakashi was on the verge of collapse. The Diva Path had hammered him with multiple waves of repulsion, each blow draining Kakashi's stamina. Blood trickled down his forehead, soaking the edge of his mask. Still, he refused to back down. At his side, a lone Anbu operative clung to consciousness. Buildings around them lay in ruins, wooden beams jutting up like broken ribs. Civilians had evacuated, leaving the streets eerily silent. The Diva Path stared at Kakashi with empty eyes. Your resistance is futile, it intoned. Where is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kakashi tensed. So they're after Naruto, as expected. Out loud, he said nothing, just panted, gathering what little chakra he had left in his lightning-coated hand. The Diva Path lifted its arm, preparing another Shinra Tensai. But before it could unleash it, a furious roar echoed through the air. An unexpected rush of wind battered the rooftop, stirring up dust. From somewhere behind Kakashi, a swirling presence of Toad Sage chakra flared. Naruto landed with an impact that cracked the pavement, a fierce expression on his face. He glanced at Kakashi, relief flashing in his eyes when he saw the copy ninja still on his feet. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi let out a shaky breath. Good timing, I was about to be in real trouble. Naruto nodded, stepping forward to face the Diva Path. Tension thrummed between them. He felt the oppressive aura of the Rinnegan, remembering the stories. This is the pain who finished off Jiraiya. The thought fueled his anger, but he forced himself to stay calm. Where are the other paths? Naruto demanded, voice vibrating with barely contained fury. The Diva Path regarded him, face devoid of emotion. Scattered around the village, inflicting pain to enlighten its people. Naruto's fists clenched. You talk like you're some god, but all you do is slaughter. I won't let you get away with it. Pain said nothing in return. Instead, he raised a hand. Kakashi felt the swirl of chakra from behind him and shouted, Naruto, watch out. Naruto braced, but the force of the almighty push still hit like a freight train, shattering the rooftop beneath him. He gritted his teeth, anchoring himself with Toad Sage chakra. Tiny cracks webbed out under his feet, but he stayed upright, refusing to be thrown. The Diva Path tilted its head, as if curious that Naruto withstood the blow. So you've grown. Naruto responded with a burst of speed, crossing the gap in a heartbeat. He aimed a savage punch at the Diva Path's face. Pain tried to repel him again, but Naruto seized the last second to channel Snake Sage reflex, contorting his body midair to swerve around the invisible wave. His fist connected, sending the Diva Path hurtling backward through a crumbling wall. Kakashi's eyes widened. Even half dead, he felt awe at Naruto's display. This was a different level than he'd ever seen. Naruto hopped through the broken wall, chasing the Diva Path into a collapsed courtyard. Debris and shattered statues littered the area. Pain emerged from the rubble, unscathed except for a split lip. He wiped the blood away, cold eyes locking onto Naruto. You will know pain, he intoned, voice echoing eerily. Naruto's retort was swift. He flung a handful of kunai charged with raw natural energy. Pain knocked them aside with Shinra Tensai, but Naruto flickered behind him before the wave dissipated. In a display of speed, he formed a Rasengan and slammed it toward Pain's back. At the final instant, Pain twisted, deflecting the Rasengan with his palm, though it carved a deep gouge in the ground. Naruto recoiled, barely avoiding a swift counterattack from Pain's black chakra rod. They clashed, exchanging a flurry of blows that shattered the courtyard's remains. Dust swirled so thick that Kakashi, watching from a distance, could barely see them. Every time Naruto tried to land a decisive strike, Pain's repulsive force flickered. Every time Pain tried to repel him fully, Naruto used Snake Sage agility to slip around it. Eventually, they broke apart, chest-heaving. Pain's expression was stone cold as usual, but Naruto noticed him breathing slightly harder. Meanwhile, the Toad Snake Slug chakra churned inside Naruto, clamoring for dominance. He felt an edge of fatigue creeping in. "How do I shut him down?" Naruto muttered under his breath. "He's not unstoppable, just incredibly tricky to corner." Pain raised a hand again, but this time the almighty push felt different, more focused. Naruto recognized the threat too late. He dived behind a fallen statue just as a wave of gravitational energy ripped through, obliterating everything in a straight line. The statue turned to rubble, the ground behind it vaporized for 20 meters. Kakashi swore. Leaping out of TLING black void had begun to form in Pain's hand some advanced form of gravitational ninjutsu. Naruto's blood chilled. This was beyond Shinra Tensei. Was he forming a planetary dev? Before Naruto could finish the thought, an ear-splitting explosion from somewhere else in the village shook the ruins. Both he and Pain paused, startled by the massive cloud of smoke that billowed skyward. One of the other paths must have triggered something cataclysmic. Screams echoed in the distance. Pain's gaze flicked in that direction, then returned to Naruto. Without a word, he turned and leapt away, apparently called to regroup or finish something. "Hey!" Naruto shouted, taking off after him. But the diva path soared higher, perching briefly on a broken spire, then vanished into the hazy skyline with unnatural speed. Naruto landed on the spire seconds too late, fists clenched in frustration. "Kuso," he thought. "He's heading toward that explosion." Below, Kakashi pressed a hand to his bleeding side, calling up to him. "Naruto, let him go for now. Our priority is protecting the villagers." Naruto swallowed, forcing himself to think rationally. Pain was slipping away, and every second, more destruction rained down on Konoha. If he got tunnel vision chasing that path, innocent people would die. He dropped back down to Kakashi. "You okay?" Kakashi gave him a tired nod. "I'll live. Let's regroup with the others. The main cluster of destruction is that way." He pointed to the north, where black smoke rose in columns. They tore through the ruined streets, ignoring the rubble underfoot. The devastation was staggering: craters, shattered buildings, burning rubble. Naruto's heart twisted at the sight of wounded civilians crying for help. He paused several times to help them, urging Kakashi onward, but the older ninja shook his head. "Go," Kakashi insisted. "They need you at the front. I'll help who I can here." Naruto hesitated, guilt and duty warring inside him. Finally, he nodded. "Be careful," he whispered, then sprinted off toward the densest columns of smoke. Amid the collapsing marketplace, Ino clutched her father's arm, eyes wide with horror at the destruction. Inoichi tried to calm her, though his own face was drawn in despair. The human path had rampaged through, leaving a trail of corpses. Many had their souls torn out. Ambu squads had tried to fight, but they'd been overwhelmed. Now father and daughter crouched behind a half-demolished stall, keeping an eye on the path prowling through the wreckage. The steel rods and piercings glistened in the dim light. The path seemed to be searching for something or someone. Ino swallowed. "Dad, we have to get out of here." Inoichi nodded. "We will. But we can't let it roam freely." A rush of movement to their left made them both flinch. Suddenly, Naruto emerged from the haze, sage energy flickering in his eyes. He spotted the path near the broken columns of the central fountain and lunged without hesitation. The human path spun with unnatural speed, trying to grab Naruto's head for that soul-ripping technique. But Naruto hammered it with a ferocious punch, sending the path reeling across the rubble. "Ino," Naruto barked, spotting her. "You okay?" She nodded shakily, stepping out from behind the stall with her father. "We're alive, but so many aren't." Tears glistened in her eyes. "Naruto, this is horrific." He shared her grief, but now wasn't the time to console. The human path was already recovering, raising a hand to strike. Naruto tensed, sensing that lethal soul extraction jutsu about to be unleashed. A memory of Jiraiya's battered body flickered in his mind. A swirl of anger spurred him on. He launched forward, weaving a flurry of hand seals, something new. A partial snake sage technique that extended his chakra like a coiling whip. The tendrils snapped out, wrapping around the path's arms, pinning them in place. The path thrashed, trying to break free. Naruto surged more nature energy into the tendrils, effectively trapping it. He advanced, forming a Rasengan in his free hand. For a moment, the path's eyes blazed with something like defiance. In a swift, decisive move, Naruto drove the Rasengan into the path's chest. The swirl of chakra tore through it, sending black rods clattering to the ground. A final burst of energy flickered in the Rinnegan's gaze, then the body slumped, motionless. Ino gasped. She hadn't seen a fight end that fast or that brutally in a long time. Naruto's expression held no glee, just grim resolve. He let the chakra tendrils fade, stepping back from the lifeless husk. "Ino," he said, turning to her. "Help the wounded. Move anyone you can to the hospital or the shelters. I'm going after the rest." She nodded, swallowing hard. "Right, be careful." In a surge of movement, he dashed off again, leaping over scattered debris. Ino watched him go, both awed and a little alarmed by this new level of power and ruthlessness. Beside her, Inoichi exhaled, shaking his head. "Your friend has grown," Inoichi murmured, voice thick with awe. "But I hope he doesn't lose himself in all this." Ino pressed her lips together, recalling the stolen kiss in her flower shop, the way Naruto had held her like he wanted to devour life itself. She whispered under her breath, "I think he's just getting started." Near the central plaza, Tenten panted, battered from a skirmish with the Asura path. Lee had been knocked unconscious earlier, leaving her to fend off the mechanical monstrosity. Her wrists shook as she clutched a battered scroll, trying to summon more weapons. She'd done her best to keep the path occupied, but it was unstoppable. The Asura path advanced, a circular saw protruding from its wrist. Sparks flew as it revved the blade, ready to slice Tenten down. She gritted her teeth, refusing to back away. "If I can just stall it until someone else arrives." A flash of orange and black. Naruto slammed into the path, tackling it through a collapsed kiosk. Wood and metal shards sprayed everywhere. Tenten's mouth fell open in relief. She stumbled forward. Naruto. He didn't look back, fully focused on subduing the Asura path. It snapped open compartments in its chest, revealing missile launchers. Before it could fire, Naruto drove a knee into its midsection, warping the metal plating. Sparks flew. The path spat a barrage of tiny metal spikes, forcing Naruto to dodge. 2 or 3 still grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. He winced but pressed on, forging a Rasengan in each hand. "Using them back to back is draining, but I have no choice." He smashed both Rasengan into the Asura path's body, one high and one low, generating a thunderous shockwave that tore off the path's arms. A final groan of mechanical whirring signaled its breakdown. The light in its Rinnegan eyes dimmed as it collapsed in a smoking heap. Naruto's breath came in ragged bursts. He was burning through sage chakra at an alarming rate. Tenten hurried to his side, eyes filled with worry. "Thank you," she breathed, relief evident in her shaking voice. I couldn't handle it alone." He turned to face her, noticing the bruises on her arms and a gash across her thigh. "You're hurt." She tried to wave it off. "I'm fine, really." He narrowed his eyes. "Don't lie." Gentle but insistent, he laid a hand over the wound on her thigh, channeling a trickle of slug sage healing chakra. Tenten hissed in pain, but after a few seconds, the bleeding slowed. She stared at him, half dazed by how easily he did that. "Better?" he asked, voice thick with concern. She nodded, a tear sliding down her cheek, maybe from relief, maybe from the shock of the entire nightmare around them. Without thinking, she threw her arms around him, pressing her face to his chest. He froze for a moment, then enclosed her in a protective hug, ignoring the searing pain in his own shoulders from those spikes. Tenten trembled. "Thank you," she whispered. "I thought." "Shish," he soothed her hair. "I've got you." It struck him how vulnerable she felt in that moment. This was Tenten, a capable, no-nonsense kunoichi. Yet the devastation around them was enough to break even the strongest spirits. He realized how important it was to remind everyone they weren't alone. "We'll win," he told her, voice steady. "I promise." She pulled back, eyes glistening. "Go. Do what you have to do. I'll help the others here." He gently cupped her cheek, letting his thumb brush away a tear. Her breath hitched. For a second, the world slowed. Their eyes locked, emotions swirling. She tipped her face up, and he closed the distance, pressing a swift, fierce kiss to her lips. It tasted of dust and desperation and something painfully human. They broke apart, neither having words for what just happened. Then, with a final nod, Naruto vaulted over the rubble and raced toward the next disaster site. Tendon exhaled, her heart pounding, adrenaline still surging. That idiot. That wonderful idiot. High above the ravaged village, the Diva path joined the remaining paths on a tall spire overlooking the devastation. Smoke choked the air, flames licking at broken rooftops. Bodies lay strewn through the streets. Yet still, Konoha endured, fighting back with savage determination. Nagato, controlling the paths from afar, felt a surge of frustration. Through the Rinnegan, he saw Naruto weaving through the carnage, systematically destroying each path. Already, the human and Asura paths had fallen, their signals gone. The animal path had retreated, battered. "Why is he so strong?" he murmured, his real body trembling in the hidden tower outside the village. Konan glanced at him, concern etched in her face, but said nothing. In the spire, the Diva path raised an arm, gathering chakra. It was time for a demonstration of pain's true power, a scale of destruction that would force the entire village to know suffering. His lips parted, ready to release the Shinra Tensei at full magnitude. Below, shinobi sensed the buildup. Those who had fought pain in smaller skirmishes recognized the pattern and shouted warnings. Some scrambled for cover, others dove to protect civilians. Naruto felt the spike of energy like a knife through his brain. He skidded to a halt on a rooftop, eyes snapping up to the Diva path, whose outline wavered behind swirling chakra. He's going to do something huge. Kakashi, Tsunade, and other high-level ninja felt it too, but they were scattered and injured, too far to intervene immediately. Naruto grit his teeth, forcing more Toad Sage energy into his legs. He had one option: reach pain before that jutsu fired. He blurred across rooftops in a burst of speed, ignoring the burning fatigue in his muscles. Each leap felt like a sprint across quicksand. His stamina was flagging. But if he didn't stop pain now, Konoha would be annihilated. The Diva path's eyes gleamed. Shinra Tensei. A colossal wave of force erupted outward, bending the very air around the village center. Buildings exploded into splinters, the ground cracked open. Rows of houses disintegrated, each successive ring of destruction blasting outward. The deafening roar swallowed screams. Naruto crashed into the wave head-on, bracing himself with every shred of sage chakra he had left. He tried to anchor himself against the tidal wave of pressure, arms crossed in front of his body, chakra swirling around him as a makeshift shield. For a heartbeat, it seemed to hold. But the next instant, the force battered him like a falling boulder. He was hurled backward, smashing through walls and tumbling across the rubble-strewn ground. He coughed, spitting dust and blood. Pain's Shinra Tensei had leveled an enormous swath of Konoha in a single move. Houses collapsed, shops were flattened, entire blocks left in ruins. Dazed villagers and shinobi staggered around the wreckage. Through the haze, Naruto forced himself upright, body screaming in pain. He saw Tsunade far away on a rooftop, shielded by Katsuyu's massive form. The slug had taken some of the brunt, but huge sections of the village lay in ruins. Anger churned in his gut, fueling him forward. Wiping blood from his mouth, he glared at the floating figure of the Diva path. Another wave of chakra coalesced around it, smaller but still formidable. He's going to keep going, pick off what's left. With a roar, Naruto let the Kyuubi's chakra surface slightly, mixing with his sage modes. Red flickered in his eyes. He could feel rage surging, the edges of his control fraying. A swirl of malignant power blended with the natural energy. The Diva path descended, raising its hand for another devastating blow. Naruto launched a massive Rasen Shuriken, the disk of swirling energy crackling with lethal force. Pain attempted to repel it, but Naruto imbued it with that wild mix of toad, snake, and nine-tails energy, cutting through Pain's gravitational push. The Rasen Shuriken exploded near the path, forcing him to dodge mid-air. It was the opening Naruto needed. He lunged upward, crossing the distance with a single bound. Pain tried to thrust him back, but the leftover charge from Shinra Tensei was still on cooldown. He couldn't spam it. Naruto's fist connected with the path's chest, sending shockwaves of chakra rippling outward. The Diva Path gasped, spitting blood. Naruto pressed on, driving them both down through the remains of a tower, crashing in a swirling cloud of dust. They landed in a broken courtyard, Pain pinned beneath him. Naruto heaved, face twisting in fury. He raised a trembling hand, forming another Rasengan. This time it pulsed with raw nine-tails chakra swirling in with the natural energy, making it glow with menacing intensity. Pain stared up at him. "You think you've won?" Naruto hesitated. The hatred in Pain's eyes reminded him of his own darkest impulses. Jiraiya's voice flickered in the back of his mind. "Don't give in to the darkness, Naruto. There's always another way." Still, rage coursed through his veins. How many have died already? A moment's hesitation was all the Diva Path needed. A black chakra rod extended from its sleeve, stabbing at Naruto's torso. Naruto jerked back, the blade grazing his side. Pain shoved him off, staggering upright. "Foolish," the Diva Path rasped. "Mercy is worthless. I will show you the true meaning of pain." Naruto willed the red chakra down, forcing his breath into a steadier rhythm. "I can't let the nine tails take over." His body ached, sage energy nearly depleted. But he had one last surge in him. He formed a series of hand signs. Toad. Snake. Slug. Each sign called forth a different flicker of natural energy. A swirling maelstrom of multifaceted chakra coiled around him, humming with unstoppable force. Pain's eyes widened slightly, as if unsure what was happening. With a roar, Naruto released the technique, an explosive wave of nature-infused chakra that slammed into the Diva Path. For a heartbeat, it looked like the path might repel it. But the wave pushed on, overwhelming Pain's defense. The shockwave hurled the path violently across the courtyard, smashing it through a half-collapsed wall. Panting, Naruto sank to one knee. That took almost everything. Dust settled. The Diva Path didn't move from the rubble. Naruto forced himself to stand, preparing to finish it off. But before he reached the body, he felt an abrupt severing of chakra. The path's presence vanished. Nagato had withdrawn the chakra link, effectively removing the body from the field. "Damn," Naruto hissed, eyes scanning for any sign of movement. There was none. Pain had pulled out. He turned, surveying the widespread devastation. His stomach knotted. So many, hurt, or worse. A groan made him spin. Tucked behind a slab of broken stone, Neji lay, blood matting his long hair. He must have been caught in the blast. Naruto rushed over, ignoring his own injuries, kneeling by Neji's side. "Neji, can you hear me?" Neji's eyes fluttered open. "And Naruto?" He winced, pressing a hand to his stomach. "I'm fine." Naruto's breath shuddered. He summoned the last vestiges of slug sage healing, pressing his palm to Neji's wound. Tiny motes of greenish chakra seeped in, closing the bleeding gash. Neji grunted, relief crossing his face. "Thanks," he rasped, exhaling in pain. "Pain, he just—" "I know," Naruto said quietly. "He caused massive damage." They both looked around. Broken roads, flattened houses, half the village in ruins. Smoke coiled into the sky. A numb shock filled Naruto's gut. He still wasn't even using his full power until the end. He helped Neji up. All around them, battered shinobi emerged, checking for survivors. Tsunade's voice carried from a distance, barking orders, and the smaller forms of Katsuyu clones oozed around to tend the wounded. An hour ago, Konoha had been standing firm. Now, it was half-leveled, and Pain might not even be finished. Naruto grit his teeth. "We have to find the real one, Nagato, and end this for good." But first, he needed to help the people here. As the dust of battle settled, emergency teams fanned out across the destroyed sectors. Shikamaru limped through the ruins, using a makeshift crutch, searching for survivors with Ino and Choji. Sakura and Tsunade coordinated healing stations, trying to stabilize the wounded. "Naruto, battered and near collapse, refused to rest. He went from one wrecked street to another, pulling trapped civilians from the rubble, giving them what meager first aid he could. Sometimes, he paused to share a comforting touch or word, though his eyes remained hollow from witnessing so much suffering. In a side alley near the collapsed library, he found Tenten again. She was helping a few children out of a crumpled building, her brow shiny with sweat, hands smeared with dust. He stepped in to lift a large beam blocking their path. She gazed at him, relief in her eyes, but also heartbreak at the state of the village. He didn't speak, just hoisted the debris aside, allowing the terrified kids to scramble free. One clung to Tenten, crying. She soothed them gently, promising they were safe. Naruto stayed silent, his expression grim. They ushered the children toward the nearest shelter, where a few med-nin took over. Tenten turned to Naruto, wiping sweat from her brow. It's bad everywhere. He nodded stiffly. Pain used that jutsu. He withdrew after it, probably planning something else. Her eyes widened. You think he'll come back? Naruto exhaled, hating the fear in her voice. He will if he wants the 9 tails. He didn't get what he came for. They stood in the ruined street, the stink of smoke clinging to everything. Tenten swallowed. What do we do now? Before he could answer, a trembling voice called from the corner. Hinata, her arm in a sling, approached. She left the hospital after being patched up, apparently too worried to stay idle. Her white eyes flicked between Naruto and Tenten. You two, are you all right? Hinata asked, shy concern overshadowed by the shock of the day's events. Naruto nodded. We're holding up, but you should be resting. I can still fight, Hinata insisted, though her voice shook, or at least help find survivors. Tenten glanced at her injured arm. We could use every pair of hands, but you have to be careful. Naruto's eyes darted between them, a strange swirl of protectiveness and guilt in his chest. He'd been with both of them in different ways, kisses, touches, that heated spark. And now they stood together, battered by war, uncertain of what tomorrow would bring. We should split up, he finally said, ignoring the complicated tangle of feelings. Search for more survivors, help whoever we can. If Pain shows himself again, we'll regroup. Tenten and Hinata nodded in agreement. Then, for a moment, silence fell. The weight of what they'd endured pressed in. Hesitantly, Tenten touched Naruto's arm. Be safe, she whispered. Hinata looked on, eyes flickering with quiet understanding. Then she stepped close, resting a trembling hand on Naruto's chest. You too, Naruto-kun. He squeezed both their hands, heart pounding. We'll get through this, he promised, voice rough. I won't let pain destroy anything else. They broke apart, each heading off to do what they could. Naruto swallowed hard, stepping away from the wreckage. No matter how strong I become, there's always pain and loss. I have to keep fighting, keep protecting them. At the far edge of the village, an ominous stillness held. Broken walls cast long shadows in the fading daylight. The ruined form of the animal path slumped in a nearby alley, its chakra presence gone. A few surviving shinobi moved through the rubble, collecting bodies of friends and foes alike. High on a battered rooftop, Naruto surveyed the destruction. He felt an ache in his bones, a heaviness in his spirit. The day's battles had proven both his strength and how fragile everything was. Even at his new levels of power, the village still lay half in ruins. A flutter of fabric behind him. He turned to see Ino approaching, dust caking her clothes. She took a moment to absorb the scene from his vantage. Never thought I'd see our home like this, she whispered, voice shaky. Naruto said nothing, just stared at the battered skyline. Ino moved closer, her eyes on him, searching for something to say. Finally, she brushed her fingers over the bruise on his neck. You're hurt. He shrugged, not even sure what pain was from bruises or from raw fatigue. I'm okay. Ino's hand slid to his chest, lingering there with surprising tenderness. He let out a slow breath, a swirl of conflicting emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Pain might return. The battle's not truly over, but right now. She hesitated, then leaned up, capturing his lips in a soft, desperate kiss. He answered with the same need. This was solace in the midst of tragedy, a brief moment to remind themselves they were alive. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. I hate this war, she murmured. I hate watching people die and feeling powerless. But, you were amazing out there. He closed his eyes, some part of him wishing for a simpler life. Thanks, he whispered. But I'm just doing what I have to. She exhaled shakily, stepping back. We should find the others. He nodded. The moment ended, overshadowed by the devastation around them. They hopped down from the rooftop, each with the numb determination of soldiers who've survived one battle only to prepare for the next. Night fell over a broken Konoha. Fires still burned in some districts, though shinobi crews worked to contain them. Tsunade set up a command post in the remains of the Hokage Tower. Messenger toads relayed intel from any survivors scattered across the village. Kakashi, battered but stable, took charge of search teams. In the courtyard of the tower, under the dim glow of emergency lamps, they gathered. Naruto, leaning heavily against a cracked pillar, listened as Tsunade outlined the situation. 2 paths have been confirmed destroyed, human and Asura, she said, voice grim. The others retreated after unleashing the giant Shinra Tensei. Casualties are extensive. A hush followed. The mention of casualties pressed on everyone's chest. Shikamaru limped over, leaning on Choji, eyes shadowed with uncharacteristic solemnity. Ino cradled a bandaged arm. Tenten stood off to the side, Hinata with her sling, and Sakura assisting the medics close by. Everybody looked haunted. Now what? Someone asked. We rebuild. Tsunade shook her head. Pain isn't finished. We suspect the real one controlling these paths is somewhere outside the village. Naruto has an idea, based on Jiraiya's intel. Naruto cleared his throat, standing straighter. Jiraiya-sensei thought the real pain might be hidden in a megacure. But if he's actually close by, using chakra rods as receivers, he's probably stashed himself in the forest or on a mountain near the village. I can search off. Not tonight. You're exhausted. We all are. If pain attacks again now, we'll do what we can. But we can't send out a search party in this condition. A wave of frustration crossed Naruto's face, but she lifted a hand, voice softening. I understand your eagerness, but our forces are battered. We need a moment to regroup, to treat the wounded. Even you can't do everything alone, Naruto. His shoulders sagged. He glanced around at his friends beaten, bloodied, but alive. We almost lost Konoha in a single day. All right, he relented. But if we get any clue about Pain's location, I'm going after him. Tsunade nodded. We'll find him, Naruto, and when we do, we'll end this. She dismissed them, leaving everyone to either rest or return to rescue efforts. One by one, they drifted away. Kakashi found Naruto, placing a hand on his shoulder. You did well, Kakashi murmured. Saved a lot of lives. Naruto just nodded, a hollow feeling gnawing at him. Not enough. Too many people died. Kakashi sighed. War is never kind, but you fought like a true protector today. Naruto's throat tightened. Jiraiya's face flashed in his mind. I hope you saw what I did today, Ero Sennin. I'm stronger now, but it still wasn't enough. He swallowed, turning away. I'll be out for a while, see if anyone needs help. Just don't push yourself, Kakashi said, concern flickering in his eye. We can't lose you. Naruto nodded absently, wandering into the ruined streets. Hours slipped by in a haze of rescue work, hauling rubble, comforting survivors, dousing flames. By midnight, the fires were mostly contained, and makeshift shelters had been established. Exhausted shinobi collapsed in corners to snatch whatever rest they could. The stench of smoke and blood hung in the air. Naruto eventually found himself at the edge of a collapsed district, leaning against a shattered wall to catch his breath. His limbs felt like lead, and the dull ache from his injuries pulsed. He'd pushed every bit of sage mode to the brink. A soft shuffle of footsteps made him look up. Hinata approached, face drawn and weary, but her eyes warm with worry. She held a small canteen of water, offering it to him wordlessly. He nodded in thanks, gulping down the liquid. She settled beside him, the battered sling cradling her arm. Her hair fell around her face, dirty and singed at the ends, but she managed a brave smile. You should rest. Yeah, he murmured. You too. Neither of them moved. He stared at the moon, partially hidden behind smoky clouds. Hinata snuck glances at him, her cheeks still managing to flush despite everything. Finally, she spoke quietly. You fought so hard today. I'm proud of you.
He sighed, letting his shoulders slump. It didn't feel like enough.
She inched closer, hesitating. Then, mustering courage, she leaned her head against his uninjured shoulder. He tensed, but slowly relaxed. The warmth of her presence comforted him more than he expected. "Don't blame yourself," she whispered. "You saved so many. It would have been worse if you weren't here."
He closed his eyes, exhaustion washing over him. The memory of Tenten's trembling hug, Ino's desperate kiss, Sakura's worry, the kiss in the hospital hallway, it all swirled in his mind. They were all so precious to him, each giving him moments of closeness and support. And here Hinata was, offering quiet devotion.
He turned his head, pressing his lips to her temple in a soft, lingering gesture. She inhaled sharply, the warmth of his breath sending shivers through her. For a fleeting moment, all the chaos and destruction faded. "I'll keep fighting," he promised, voice barely above a whisper. "For everyone." She nodded against him, eyes closing. They stayed like that, leaning on each other for support, hearts beating in tandem under the wrecked night sky. Far outside the village, hidden in a tall, twisted tower of rock, Nagato coughed wetly, fresh blood staining his lips. Konan hovered beside him, worry evident in her sharp gaze. "Nagato, you pushed yourself too far. That Shinra Tensei drained you."
He shook his head, ignoring the agony in his emaciated limbs. It had to be done. Konoha needs to feel true pain. Konan's eyes flickered. And Naruto? At the mention of the blonde shinobi, Nagato's expression tightened. He's more powerful than I anticipated. Not just Toad Sage mode, he's using multiple forms of nature energy. It's unnatural. Konan's paper wings rustled. He defeated several paths in a single day. If he finds us,
then we move quickly, Nagato rasped. "Our plan still stands. We'll capture the 9 tails, no matter the cost. The world will know true peace once we gather all the tailed beasts." Konan said nothing, but her troubled gaze lingered on Nagato's frail form. She could see the toll these battles were taking on him, how close to the edge he truly was. If Naruto's power kept growing. She slipped a hand under his spindly arm, supporting him. "Rest now, we'll strike again soon." Nagato nodded faintly, breath labored, eyes burning with unwavering conviction. "He will know pain."
Dawn found Konoha shrouded in gray light, the once proud village battered but unbroken. Shinobi and civilians alike sifted through the rubble, rebuilding or mourning their lost. Tsunade and the higher-ups organized supply chains and medical care. In the square outside what remained of the Hokage Tower, a group of villagers approached Naruto, some bowing, some crying, some thanking him for saving loved ones. He tried to respond with reassurance, but words felt hollow. He felt the weight of their hope and their grief. Pain's rampage left scars on every face he saw. And yet, in their eyes, he also saw a flicker of faith in him. "They believe I can end this." A hand touched his shoulder from behind. Sakura. She looked just as exhausted, but tried to smile. "We need you," she said softly. "The village does." He glanced over his shoulder, seeing Tenten and Hinata further back, helping gather tools for reconstruction. Ino was a few paces away, tending to a wounded neighbor. So many eyes flicked to him, counting on him to shoulder their hopes. He swallowed, turning back to Sakura. "I'm not giving up until I stop pain for good." She nodded, placing a gentle hand against his cheek for a moment, then let it fall. "I know." They parted ways, each attending to their duties. Naruto headed for the newly established meeting point with Tsunade. As he went, villagers stepped aside, some whispering, some bowing. He forced a small nod, though the attention felt heavy. Hero worship? Or just desperation? In the battered courtyard, Tsunade waited with Kakashi and Shikamaru. Maps and scrolls lay strewn across a makeshift table. They glanced up as Naruto approached. Shikamaru spoke first, voice subdued. "We have a plan to find Pain's real location." Kakashi nodded. "Intel suggests he's controlling the paths remotely from somewhere close. Jiraiya's intel said his real body might be frail, possibly hidden. We're going to form a small infiltration team to search." Tsunade turned to Naruto. "I want you on that team. But you need rest before you go. No arguments." Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but she leveled a stern glare at him. He saw the strain around her eyes, the exhaustion, but also the fierce love she had for her village and for him, as one of her precious people. Fine, he relented, shoulders drooping. But the second you have a lead, we move. Tsunade gave a single nod. Get some sleep, eat, replenish your chakra. Then we'll plan the next move. Naruto sighed, stepping away from the table. Sleep sounded impossible, his mind still buzzed with memories of explosions, screams, Pain's Rinnegan. But he forced himself to at least go find a quiet corner. He found one in the remains of an old supply room behind the tower. The walls were cracked, but it was wire him from the wind. He slid down against the wall, head tipped back, eyelids heavy. Images flashed behind his eyes. Tenten's tears, Hinata's gentle warmth, Ino's desperate kiss, Sakura's trembling relief. All of them had been battered by the day's horrors, yet they kept going, just like him. His eyes slipped shut. For a moment, he let the darkness of exhaustion envelop him. Tomorrow, he told himself. Tomorrow we chase down pain. I'll master these sage powers completely, so I never have to see my friends hurt like this again. Despite the ruin around him, a flicker of determination burned in his chest. If he had to master every forbidden jutsu, every sage mode, if he had to fight gods and demons themselves, he would do it, for their sake. His breathing steadied, and at last, Naruto drifted into a restless, much-needed sleep, unconscious among the shattered remains of the village he vowed to protect. Outside, the sky was ashen and quiet, the horizon stained with the first pale hints of dawn. Shadows loomed still, for Pain was not finished. But neither was Naruto Uzumaki. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Wrath of the Six Paths. Night lingered over Konoha in a haze of smoke and dust. The fires from Pain's invasion still burned in pockets, but the worst had been contained. The village lay in ruins, half-crumbled structures jutting toward the clouded sky like broken teeth. Despite the devastation, survivors worked through the darkness, hauling debris, comforting one another, and doing everything they could to stave off despair. Naruto sat slumped against the remains of a collapsed wall near the provisional command post. He was supposed to be resting. Tsunade herself had told him to find a quiet place and sleep. But he couldn't. Every time he let his eyelids drift shut, he heard the screams of villagers, the thunder of Shinra Tensei, and saw Jiraiya's last moments in his mind. He stared at his hands. They were smeared with soot and dried blood, his own, but also that of the comrades and civilians he'd tried to save throughout the day. He'd used so much chakra that his entire body felt like one big bruise. Even now, that swirling sage energy, the toad's vivid power, the snake's cunning aura, the slug's healing grace itched at his core, restless and eager to surge back into action. A tentative hand reached out and brushed his shoulder. Naruto turned to see Sakura crouching beside him, green eyes searching his face. She looked as exhausted as he felt, bandages crossing one of her forearms. Strands of pink hair stuck to the dried sweat on her skin. "You're not sleeping," she murmured. He forced a small smile. "Could say the same about you." She grimaced. "I'm a medic, Nin. Sleep comes last when there's so many injured. Besides, I'm worried about you." Naruto's throat tightened. He remembered how she'd pressed that healing chakra into his arm, how she'd kissed him in the hospital corridor just before the invasion kicked into high gear. Now, they were in a completely different world, one ravaged by Pain's wrath. "I'm all right," he managed, though his voice sounded shaky even to himself. "Just, too much going on up here." He tapped a finger to his temple. Sakura touched his cheek gently. "I wish we had a minute to breathe." He laid his hand over hers. For a few moments, the exhaustion and heartbreak softened into something warmer, steadied by the contact. He found himself leaning in, hungry for just a taste of comfort, but a sudden jolt of anger and shouts from the next courtyard cut that short. Reluctantly, Sakura pulled away. "We should see what's happening." Naruto got to his feet, ignoring the protesting ache in his legs. Together, they jogged to the courtyard, where a small crowd of shinobi had gathered around Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Shikamaru was half-seated on a crate, his leg in a makeshift splint. Ino looked exhausted but determined, while Choji hovered near them protectively. "What's going on?" Sakura asked, scanning the tense faces. Shikamaru exhaled a long, weary breath. "We just got word from the southern district. There've been sightings of what might be the Preta Path again. People say it's draining chakra from anyone who gets too close." Naruto's heart kicked. He remembered how easily the Preta path had nullified ninjutsu during Jiraiya's fight. I thought it retreated with the others? Apparently not. Shikamaru's expression soured. Or maybe it came back. Either way, it's ripping through the area. I can't fight like this. He gestured at his wounded leg. We need a small team to handle it ASAP. I'll go, Naruto said immediately. Ino frowned. Are you sure you're in any shape to fight? He flexed his fist, feeling flickers of sage energy spark at his fingertips. I can still move, and I've got the best chance of beating one of Pain's paths. You remember what happened earlier. Shikamaru gave a begrudging nod. Fine, but take backup. I'll go with you, Sakura said, raising her chin. Before Naruto could answer, Ino also spoke up, voice firm, me too. He looked at both of them in turn, Sakura's resolute glare, Ino's unwavering stare. The rest of him wanted to refuse, to protect them, but he knew better. They were skilled kunoichi. They'd each faced horrors tonight, and they deserved the chance to fight back. All right, he said, but be careful. Sakura glanced back at Shikamaru. We'll keep you updated. Shikamaru waved her off, though the worry on his face was clear. Go. Just try to come back in one piece.
They sprinted out of the courtyard. Around them, battered shinobi and civilian volunteers still shifted rubble and cleared pathways. Naruto caught glimpses of Tenten and Hinata among them, each guiding rescue teams. He made a mental note to check on them later if there was a later. He, Sakura, and Ino moved through the winding streets at a brisk pace, alert for any sign of the Preta path. Twilight was fading into dawn, painting the sky a washed-out gray. The gloom fit the mood perfectly. As they neared the southern district, the buildings became more broken, the roads more choked with debris. The stench of burning wood and concrete hung in the air, and a strange hush had fallen, broken only by the distant crackle of embers. A few scattered shinobi lay unconscious in the wreckage, their chakra drained to the point of near death. Ino bent down, pressing 2 fingers to the neck of a fallen chunin. He's alive. Barely. Sakura crouched, applying healing chakra. Stay with me, she urged softly, brow furrowed in concentration. Then, eyes flashing, she looked at Naruto. We've got to stop that monster before it kills the rest. Naruto nodded grimly. He focused, letting Toad Sage Mode trickle in. A tingle of natural energy prickled across his skin. Even with how spent he was, he could manage a partial transformation. Slitted pupils replaced the blue of his irises. Come on. They pushed deeper into the district, weaving around collapsed walls. At a crossroad of broken lanterns and shattered wagons, they found it. The Preta path. Tall, emaciated, with black piercings dotting its face and arms. It turned slowly, regarding them with cold, Rinnegan eyes. Littered around its feet were 2 more unconscious shinobi, likely drained of their chakra only moments ago. Sakura's fists clenched. We can't let it harm anyone else. Naruto stepped forward, voice low. Preta path, you took out Jiraiya Sensei's strongest ninjutsu without blinking, but this time. He launched at the path, building a Rasengan in his palm. The path made no effort to dodge. The moment Naruto's jutsu struck, black lines of absorbing chakra coursed across its hands. The Rasengan sputtered, collapsing in on itself as the path devoured the energy. Naruto yanked back, lips tight. It's the same as before, anything I throw at it gets absorbed. Ino glanced at Sakura. We need a strategy to distract it or it'll drain every jut, nodded, stepping sideways. Right. If Naruto can occupy it for a moment, we might be able to. Her words died as the Preta path lunged in an unexpectedly fast blur, reaching a hand out to grab Naruto's wrist. It sought to siphon the sage chakra directly from his body. Naruto wrenched free at the last second, twisting away with snake-like flexibility. He landed near Ino, panting. That was close. If it grabs hold, I'm done. Sakura shot forward, trusting Naruto to keep the path's attention. She aimed a punch at its flank, something purely physical. But the path spun with unnatural grace, intercepting her blow. Although it couldn't absorb raw taijutsu, it seemed well-trained enough to block her attacks. Ino sprang behind it, launching a flurry of kunai. Even that, the path deflected, slapping the projectiles aside. Naruto realized that while it specialized in absorbing chakra-based attacks, it wasn't helpless in close combat.
Pain's formidable skill extended to every path. Gritting his teeth, Naruto channeled a fraction of the slug's healing energy into his arms, letting that soothing power swirl. He could sense each shift in the path's stance. Sakura, go left. Ino, flank it from behind. They moved in unison. Sakura feinted another punch, forcing the path to pivot, while Ino lunged low with a kunai. The path hopped backward, away from Ino's strike, only to find Naruto swooping in above, foot aimed at its head. The path barely raised its arm in time. Naruto's kick smashed into that forearm with a sickening crunch, fracturing it. The path staggered, but its Rinnegan gaze remained eerily calm. In a heartbeat, it raised its uninjured arm toward Naruto. He recognized the posture, some sort of absorb or drain technique about to expand in a wide arc. He jumped back just before a pulse of swirling energy crackled, trying to sap the chakra out of the air. Sakura seized the chance. She dashed in, fists blazing with raw strength. This time, the path's guard was down. She slammed a punch into its torso, sending it skidding across the broken pavement. The move cracked a few more ribs at least. Ino followed with a barrage of shuriken, each one embedding itself in the path's arms and legs. Wounded, it collapsed to a knee, but not for long.
With a guttural grunt, the path tore the shuriken out. Those holes in its flesh closed as it siphoned stray chakra from the air. A moment later, it rose, feral determination in its Rinnegan eyes. Dark fluid dripped from its wounds, but it didn't seem to feel pain.
That's not good, Ino hissed, sweat beading her brow. Naruto clenched his jaw. Let's finish it quick. He pulled Toad Sage Chakra into one hand, gathering the swirling essence for a Rasenshuriken. Normally, the path would just absorb it, but if they could pin it down, Sakura, Ino, I need a distraction. They didn't hesitate. Sakura charged in, smashing debris at the path's feet, while Ino darted to the side, forming a hand sign for her mind-body switch technique. The path jerked its gaze toward Ino, arm outstretched to drain her mental infiltration. But in that second, Sakura's punch shattered the ground beneath it, unbalancing its stance. Ino's jutsu whipped forward, though the path's absorption aura flared. Ino felt a sharp tug on her chakra, and she gasped, forced to break the technique immediately. Still, it was enough of a flicker to freeze the path for half a heartbeat. Now, Naruto roared, hurling the Rasenshuriken. The screeching sphere of compressed wind and nature energy tore through the air. The path turned, eyes dilating as it tried to raise its hands. Too slow. The Rasenshuriken detonated against its chest with a howl of compressed power, creating a dome of whirling wind blades. For a moment, bright flashes of chakra lit the ruined district. Then the energy receded, leaving the Preda path kneeling. Cracks webbed its torso, black rods clattering free from its body. A final, shuddering exhale escaped its lips before it crumpled forward, lifeless. Panting, Naruto, Sakura, and Ino stared at the corpse. Relief warred with the guilt of another kill, but they didn't have the luxury of second-guessing. Pain's paths weren't living humans in the normal sense, they were puppets for Nagato's will. Ino grimaced, holding her forearm. I think, it's gone. Yeah, Naruto said, though he scanned the area with Toad Sage senses just in case. Nothing. He let out a long breath. Good job. Sakura dropped to a knee, fatigued. We actually handled it. Naruto pressed a palm to her shoulder, channeling a little slug sage healing her way. She closed her eyes, letting out a relieved sigh as the pain in her battered muscles eased. Ino slumped beside them, hair plastered to her cheeks with sweat. They'd done it together, and that alone gave Naruto a flicker of hope. We can beat them, if we work together. A swirl of smoky air from behind made them jump. They turned to find a Katsuyu clone slithering over the rubble, Tsunade's voice emanating from the slug's parted lips. Naruto, Sakura, Ino, I've just received intel. The animal path reappeared near the main gate. Others are with it. They're rampaging toward the center of the village. I need you back at the command post now. Sakura exchanged a look with Naruto. We just took down Preda. How many more do we have to face tonight? Ino's fists tightened. Damn it. Naruto nodded at the slug. We're on our way. He turned to the two kunoichi, voice steady. If the rest of Pain's paths are regrouping, they might be planning something big. Sakura wiped her brow. We should try to disrupt them before they can gather. Ino agreed. I'll run ahead and link up with my father. We'll coordinate an ambush if possible. She took off in a burst of motion, leaping across the debris. Naruto extended a hand to Sakura to help her stand. She squeezed it, a silent thanks, and they followed Ino at a quick pace. His heart pounded with urgency. Pain won't stop until he's captured me or destroyed everything I love. We can't let him gather the remaining paths. They arrived at what passed for the command post little more than a makeshift tent and a few battered tables set up beside the collapsed Hokage tower. Tsunade was there, along with Kakashi. Bandaged but upright, Shikamaru, Tenten, and a handful of other shinobi. The mood was grim. The animal path was spotted at the main gate, Tsunade confirmed, voice tight. And from the sightings, it's not alone. We think Diva Path is with it, plus the Naraka Path, the one that can revive or repair other paths. Naruto felt a bolt of alarm. If Naraka's there, it could bring back the paths we've already defeated. Kakashi's expression darkened. Exactly. That's how pain keeps them coming. We need to eliminate Naraka before it can restore the rest. Tsunade set her hands on the table, maps scattered in front of her. We have limited manpower, but we'll form strike teams to converge on the gate. Naruto. She paused, scanning his exhausted face. Will you be able to fight?
He nodded firmly. I have enough left. A faint smile curved Tsunade's lips, pride mingling with worry. Then get ready. We strike in 10 minutes.
Tenten clenched her fists. I'm in. Can't let that thing keep reviving the others. Shikamaru grimaced, tapping his splint. I'll hang back, but I can coordinate from here. Don't do anything crazy, Naruto. Just neutralize Naraka and get out. Naruto inhaled a shaky breath. His entire body screamed for rest, but the thought of pain resurrecting each path he'd fought so hard to destroy fueled him forward. I'll handle it. Sakura nudged him gently. We'll handle it, she corrected, turning to Tenten. You and me, we'll support Naruto. Keep any summons off him. Tenten brushed a strand of hair from her face. Got it. Let's get this done. They broke from the meeting. A swirl of anxiety pressed on Naruto's chest, but a moan curled around his wrist. He turned to see Tenten, eyes shining with a mixture of determination and something more personal. Be careful, she said. I mean it. Don't go trying to save us all alone. Naruto's chest tightened. He remembered the frantic kiss they'd shared in the midst of the chaos, how she'd clung to him with fear and relief. In a quiet corner of his mind, he wondered how to handle these tangled relationships, but right now, the village came first.
I won't, he promised. Then, glancing around to ensure nobody was staring too hard, he dipped his head to press a quick kiss to her forehead. She froze, face going pink, but a faint smile tugged at her lips.
Idiot, she muttered, but the look in her eyes said she appreciated it. Then she hurried off to gather her equipment, leaving him with a thudding heart. Nearby, Sakura spoke quietly with Kakashi, likely confirming Mednin assignments. When she caught Naruto's eye, something flickered in her gaze, a mixture of fondness and concern. He offered her a small nod, silently telling her he'd be all right. In the swirl of tension, Naruto realized again how important these connections were. Ino, Tenten, Sakura, Hinata, each one had risked their lives, each one had shared something precious with him. And he was determined to protect them, no matter the cost. They raced toward the main gate. Morning light threatened the eastern horizon, but the remnants of night still clung to the sky, heavy with the weight of the previous day's destruction. As they neared, the air crackled with hostile chakra. Naruto sensed multiple presences Pain's paths, plus some summoned creatures.
Kakashi fell in behind Naruto, Tenten, and Sakura. Ino joined as well, along with Choji and a small squad of Chunin. Their plan was simple: keep the animal path busy while Naruto went after Naraka. If Diva Path appeared, they'd all converge to pin it down. They crested a fallen watchtower, gazing out at the ruined entrance to Konoha. Just beyond the giant wooden gates now blasted open stood the animal path, accompanied by two massive summons, a hulking rhino and a crab-like creature. Behind it loomed the Naraka path, distinctive with its ponytailed hair and a grim mask-like visage. And there, floating above them all, was the Diva Path, eyes scanning the ruins with cold detachment. The scene made Naruto's blood run cold. Even after all the fighting they'd done, Pain still felt unstoppable. But they had no choice.
He forced Toad Sage Chakra into his limbs, ignoring the ache that came with it.
Kakashi set a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'll draw Animal Path's attention with lightning clones. Sakura, Tenten, Ino take out the summons. Naruto, the second you see an opening to strike Naraka, you take it. Got it. They all nodded. Naruto breathed out through clenched teeth. Here we go. Kakashi's lightning clones shot forward in a dazzling crackle of energy, diverting the animal path. Immediately, the monstrous rhino summon charged, shaking the ground with its thunderous steps. Tenten brandished a scroll, summoning a barrage of spiked chains that wound around the rhino's legs to slow it. Sakura darted to the side, focusing raw strength into a leap that brought her onto the crab's spiked shell, trying to find a weak point to strike.
Ino took a flanking position, reading the battlefield to assist wherever needed. She'd grown adept at quickfire mind disturbance techniques, short bursts to disorient the enemy rather than fully possess them. Naruto narrowed his focus on the Naraka path. Its role was clear: stand back, let the others fight, and resurrect any fallen paths. He glimpsed a faint swirl of black chakra in its mouth. The king of hell was close at hand, that giant demonic visage used to extract and repair bodies. Not this time. He dashed forward. The diva path hovered overhead, but it made no immediate move. That worried Naruto. Was it waiting for him to drop his guard? Lightning arced in the distance as Kakashi's clones tangled with the animal path. A savage crash told Naruto that Sakura had just pummeled the crab summon. Tenten circled the rhino, brandishing a giant spiked staff from her scrolls. The entire area teemed with chaos, but Naruto had one target.
He launched himself at Naraka path, forging a Rasengan in his hand. The path turned, eyes flickering. It raised its arms, black chakra rods bristling. Naruto swung. The path tried to block, but Naruto shifted at the last second, mixing a burst of Snake Sage agility to bend around the rods. His Rasengan smashed into the path's shoulder, sending it flying across the rubble. Before Naruto could follow up, a wave of gravitational force slammed into him from above. Shinra Tensai, the diva path intoned, voice eerily calm. Naruto was flung back, scraping across the ground. Pain exploded through his limbs. He gasped, forcing himself up, vision spinning. The diva path descended, clearly determined to protect Naraka. He spat out a bit of blood. Damn it. Tapping the slug sage healing, he mended the worst of the scrapes, though it drained him further. That was the problem with rotating these sage energies. Each had its cost, and he was running on fumes already. A metallic screech behind him made him whirl. The animal path's rhino broke free of Tenten's chains, barreling forward. Tenten rolled aside just in time, cursing under her breath. Sakura, still on top of the crab summon's flattened shell, leapt off to avoid a swipe of massive pincers. Choji, in partial expansion form, grappled the rhino's flank, straining to hold it back. Kakashi engaged the animal path up close, lightning blade crackling against black rods. Meanwhile, Ino moved in to distract Naraka path with a flurry of kunai so Naruto could recover. But the diva path hovered protectively, swatting away her attacks with invisible repulsion. Naruto forced a breath, calling up the last of his Toad Sage energy. He had to be smart. If I keep smashing head-on, diva path will keep knocking me back. I need a surprise angle. He eyed the swirling destruction, searching for an opening. A flicker of motion caught his eye. Tenten was sprinting behind the crab summon, presumably to retrieve more weapons. The crab reared, spitting bubbles of acidic water that hissed on impact with stone. Sakura dashed in and shattered one of the crab's pincers with a monstrous punch, but it wasn't going down easily. Naruto, Tenten shouted, panting, need help with that path. He grit his teeth, mind racing. Can you draw diva path's attention for a second? She blinked, sweat running down her brow. Are you sure? That's a tall order. I know, he said. But just 1 second. That's all I need. Tenten hesitated, eyes flicking to the swirling chaos. Then determination solidified in her expression. All right. She sprinted off, pulling out a tri-pronged spear from a ceiling scroll. Naruto watched with a knot in his chest. He didn't want Tenten risking herself, but they had no choice. Every second they delayed, Naraka path could revive the others. He pressed his hands together, forming a half-dozen shadow clones. Each one churned a Rasengan, though they all quivered with unstable energy.
I don't have enough chakra for them all, he thought, but forced them to hold the shape. They dashed in a loose formation, weaving around the battered terrain. Above, Tenten leapt onto a fallen pillar, hurling a salvo of giant kunai at the diva path. Sparks flew as the path used Shinra Tensai in quick bursts to repel them. It turned to face her more fully, likely judging her as the threat for that moment. That was Naruto's cue. He and his clones sped toward the Naraka path. The path whipped around to see them coming, black rods raised defensively. Ino, hidden behind a collapsed wall, threw another volley of kunai to keep it off balance. One clipped the path's calf, causing it to stagger. Naruto's first clone struck with a Rasengan. The path tried to dodge, but the explosion tore across its left side. The second clone lunged. Naraka managed to pierce that clone with a black rod, dispelling it in a puff of smoke. But the third and fourth clones hammered in from behind, combining smaller Rasengans to pummel the path's ribs. They forced Naraka to the ground in a swirl of dust. As the path tried to rise, the real Naruto jumped in, forging a larger Rasengan shot through with a flicker of snake green and toad orange chakra. He slammed it down on the Naraka path's head, the swirling sphere ripping through its skull. The path convulsed, then went limp, mouth agape. A faint, demonic visage flickered behind it, the king of hell, before dissipating into black smoke. Naraka path's ability to resurrect the others was ended. Naruto swallowed, panting. We did it. A savage crash jerked his attention upward. The diva path had hurled Tenten from her perch with a powerful repulsion wave. She spiraled through the air, landing roughly near some rubble. A startled cry tore from her lips. His heart lurched. Damn you! He shouted, anger boiling. He launched himself at the diva path, a final rush of Toad Sage energy fueling his muscles. The diva path turned, raising a hand. Shinra Tensai. This time, Naruto was ready. He twisted mid-leap, mixing snake agility to corkscrew around the brunt of the blast. Pain still hammered him, but he pushed through, gritting his teeth. Winding chakra into his fist, he aimed a punch at the path's chest. The path tried to repel him again, but the technique needed a cooldown of a few seconds. Naruto's fist connected, driving the path back with a shockwave that shattered the ground. Get away from my friends, Naruto snarled. He followed with a spinning kick, but the path blocked it with an arm, sliding backward across the dusty terrain. For the first time, Naruto thought he saw a flicker of caution in Pain's impassive face. Below them, Sakura hammered the crab summon with one final, mountainous punch, caving its shell. Tenten, battered, forced herself upright, brandishing a fresh scroll. Ino, panting, regrouped with Choji near the rhino. Kakashi's lightning clone pinned the animal path in a deadly dance of steel and sparks. The tide was turning. If only they could remove the diva path for good. Naruto launched a barrage of shadow clones, each striking at the diva path in succession. The path systematically destroyed them with smaller repulsion blasts, but each blast in quick succession weakened its advantage. Naruto closed in, forging a half-sized Rasen Shuriken in his right hand. He flung it at close range. The path's eyes flickered. Another Shinra Tensai formed, but it was weaker. The Rasen Shuriken shredded the barrier of force, exploding in a torrent of wind blades that scored deep gouges into the path's torso. Naruto, still riding the momentum, drove his knee into the path's chest. It crashed into a nearby stone outcropping, black rods snapping off in the impact. For a heartbeat, it lay there. Naruto dared to hope it was finished. Then the path stirred, pushing itself upright despite the injuries. Blood trickled from its mouth, eyes blazing with that eerie Rinnegan light. Naruto felt a pang of dread. How can it still move? Slowly, the diva path raised its hand again. Shinra Tensai threatened to surge. Naruto braced, but his chakra was dangerously low. I don't know if I can take another full blast. Suddenly, Tenten's voice rang out. Naruto, move. He twisted just as Tenten flung a chain from her scroll, hooking it around the path's arm. The path turned, repulsing the chain, but that gave Naruto a fraction of a second. He lunged in, slapping an explosive tag onto the path's back. It was a gamble. If it repelled the tag or him at the wrong time, it might backfire. But he had to try. Sure enough, the path sensed the tag. Before it could fling it away, Ino's voice cut the air with a fierce cry. She executed a mind-body disturbance jutsu, momentarily staggering the path's movements. The tag stuck. Naruto sprang back. Detonating, he warned everyone, summoning the last of his chakra to shield himself with a swirl of slug sage aura. The tag went off in a deafening bang. A plume of dust and scorching heat enveloped the diva path, flinging fragments of black rods in all directions. When the smoke cleared, the path lay in a heap, half its torso blown away. The Rinnegan eyes were open but dull, no glimmer of that uncanny life. Nagato must have severed his connection or the body was truly destroyed. Either way, the diva path was silent at last. Naruto fell to his knees, adrenaline crashing. Each breath felt like fire. He sensed the retreat of snake and toad energies, leaving him shaky and drained. Across the torn battlefield, the animal path lay impaled by Kakashi's rakery. Black rods snapped. The crab summon sprawled lifeless. The rhino battered unconscious by Choji's massive fists. The entire area was a wreck, but the paths present were down. No Naraka, no diva, no animal. He looked around, half in disbelief. They'd done it, for now. Sakura rushed up, arms around him, practically hauling him upright. We're okay, Naruto. We won here. Her voice trembled, a mixture of relief and shock. She pressed a palm to his chest, flooding him with healing chakra. He closed his eyes, trying to steady the wild hammering of his heart. Tenten limped over, spear clattering from her hand as she dropped to a seat on a chunk of fallen masonry. She looked battered, but her lips quirked in a shaky grin. That was insane. Ino collapsed near them, breathing hard. I can't believe we actually took them down. Kakashi, leaning heavily on a broken piece of the main gate, nodded in grim satisfaction. Those were the big threats. At least now they can't resurrect or nuke us again. We should. An abrupt hush fell. Everyone sensed it. The faint, shifting aura of a distant chakra. Something was still out there. Naruto, eyes half-lidded from exhaustion, raised his gaze to the horizon. Nagato? A second later, the presence vanished. Like a phantom, it slipped away, leaving a hollow echo. Naruto's skin prickled. He's pulling back entirely. So, is that it for now? Tsunade arrived on the scene with a squad of Mednin, scanning the battered shinobi. Relief flickered in her eyes when she realized they'd succeeded. She barked orders for the medics to secure the area and confirm the path bodies were truly inert. Then she crouched beside Naruto, scanning him with diagnostic chakra. You're lucky you're still breathing, she muttered, though there was pride in her tone. Let's get you stable. He forced a weary grin. I'm fine, mostly. His head lolled a bit, and he felt Sakura's arm around his back, helping him stay upright. Tsunade looked at Sakura and Tenten. Both of you, get medical attention too. No arguments.
They nodded, too drained to protest. Ino sank down next to Choji, who was panting from his partial expansion. Kakashi dispelled what was left of his lightning clone, wincing as the feedback hit him. All around them, the battered remains of Konoha's gate bore silent witness to the ferocious fight. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, letting Tsunade's healing chakra course through him. Every muscle screamed, every bruise throbbed, but relief overshadowed the pain. This had to be the last stand of those paths. They were done, unless Nagato had more backups hidden. The thought churned his stomach. No, he told himself, we'll find the real one before that can happen. Later, the group made their way back inside the village walls, or what remained of them. Mednin had erected new tents near the gate to treat injuries on the spot. It felt like an unending stream of wounded, but at least there was no new assault. For the first time in nearly 2 days, Konoha seemed free of immediate threats. Naruto lay on a cot, Tsunade having forced him to rest while she oversaw triage. He dozed in and out, mind half lost in nightmares of black rods and exploding buildings. At some point, he opened his eyes to see Tenten beside him, bandaged, airing a tired smile. She slid onto the edge of his cot without a word, fingertips lightly brushing his hair. An unspoken understanding passed between them, relief they were both alive, tempered by grief for everyone else. He reached out and touched her hand, she squeezed back. In the next cot over, Ino dozed, still pale from chakra depletion. Nearby, Sakura tended to lesser wounds on a row of shinobi. Naruto scanned them with bleary eyes, gratitude swelling in his chest. They're here. They made it. Rest, Tenten whispered,
brushing her palm over his cheek. Don't burn yourself out. You've done so much already. He let himself relax into the cot, lulled by her presence. Tenten, he couldn't quite finish. Words felt impossible. But she leaned down, pressing a soft, reassuring kiss to his forehead. His breath caught at the gentle affection. No teasing or bravado, just raw closeness. It's okay, she murmured. We'll talk later. He nodded, eyelids fluttering shut. A wave of exhaustion took him under. When he woke again, day had broken fully. Warm sunlight shone through rips in the tent's fabric. He felt a faint pang. Sunlight revealed the extent of the destruction around them. But at least the morning was calm, for now. Sakura was there, checking on Patience. She noticed him stir and moved over, pressing a hand to his forehead to check for fever. Her expression softened at his consciousness. How are you feeling? Like I got run over by the Gamabunta's entire family, he muttered. His voice came out scratchy. But, better than last night. She gave a tight smile. Good, you need rest, so. He forced himself to sit up. Is there any sign of Nagato? She sighed. Not yet. Inoichi's working with the sensor division to see if they can trace any lingering chakra rods. So far, no luck. Naruto rubbed his temples. He's probably hiding somewhere close, maybe outside the village in a hidden spot. Or he might have retreated further away. Either way, we have to find him. Sakura nodded. I know. But after everything that's happened, the village is in no shape to launch a full search right now. People are still being pulled from rubble. A sour feeling settled in Naruto's stomach. He recalled the crater Shinra Tensei had left, the collapsed buildings, the wounded. Maybe half the population was displaced. No wonder Tsunade's focusing on relief first. With a grimace, he swung his legs off the cot. I can't just lie here while everyone's working. Sakura's mouth tightened as if to protest, but she saw the resolve in his eyes. At least let me see if your wounds are stable. He acquiesced, letting her quickly scan him with healing chakra. Her hands were gentle but efficient, and he noticed the faint pink hue crossing her cheeks when she realized just how close they were. Memories of those earlier kisses, maybe. The thought stirred heat in him, but he kept his composure. You're still in rough shape, she said softly, finishing the scan. But, you're not about to keel over. Just promise you won't do anything insane. He offered a lopsided grin. What, me? Never. She rolled her eyes, a flicker of her old spirit. Come on, then. Let's see if Tsunade needs us. He rose, noticing Tenten and Ino's cots were empty. They must have already woken and headed out. He allowed Sakura to help steady him, one arm draped around her shoulders. The contact made his heart beat faster, but he told himself to focus on the bigger picture. One crisis at a time. Outside, the sunlight revealed the battered remains of Konoha in stark detail. Smoke still rose from a few pockets. Crumbled walls lined nearly every street, and half the shops looked unsalvageable. Shinobi teams scurried about, delivering supplies, clearing roads, or guiding civilians to safer areas. Near the central crater where Pain's massive Shinra Tensei had torn the village apart, Naruto found Tsunade. She stood with arms folded, surveying a group of refugees as Med-Nin organized them. Her face was drawn with fatigue and sorrow, but when she saw Naruto approach, a spark of relief crossed her features. You're up, she said. Good, we need every able hand. Sakura released him, standing by Tsunade. What can we do? Tsunade led them around a mound of rubble to a makeshift planning table, really just a slab of broken door propped up by bricks. A handful of jonin and advisors were there, including Shikamaru, whose leg was now in a sturdier cast. We're dividing the village into sectors for reconstruction and rescue, Tsunade explained, showing them a rough map. We also have squads patrolling outside the walls in case Pain tries a second wave. Shikamaru tapped a pencil to his chin. There's a rumor some of the smaller summons are still roaming. We should confirm that so no one gets ambushed. Naruto exhaled. I'll help with that. I can sense them if they're out there. Despite his battered condition, his Toad Sage perception might pick up leftover summon chakra. Tsunade nodded. Good idea. Take a small team, just be cautious. If you run into any leftover path or a new threat, don't try to fight it alone. Naruto gave a brisk nod. No promises, but out loud, he said, got it. He turned, intending to gather a search party, but paused at the sight of Tenten, Ino, and Hinata just behind the group. Tenten and Ino had been bandaged and looked bruised, but both were upright. Hinata's arm was out of its sling now, though she moved gingerly. Each of them wore a determined look, as if bracing for the next crisis. And each gazed at him with an undercurrent of warmth, memories of embraces, kisses, shared confessions. It stirred something fierce and protective in him. "Hey," he said quietly, "how are you guys holding up?" Tenten shrugged. "Hurting, but alive. We heard we might be sweeping the outskirts." Ino nodded. "We're not letting you go alone." Hinata stepped forward, eyes gentle but unwavering. "I'm with you, Naruto-kun. We all are." Emotion swelled in his chest, a mixture of gratitude and worry. "I appreciate it. Let's see if Shikamaru can fit you into the squad." Shikamaru overheard, rolling his eyes good-naturedly. "I guess I can't say no to them." "Fine. You four take the western perimeter and the forest boundary. If you find anything, signal for backup. Understood?" They nodded. Naruto cast a quick glance at Sakura, who was stepping aside to talk with Tsunade about further medical assignments.
She noticed his gaze, gave him a small nod, then turned back to her duties. The swirl of complicated feelings weighed on Naruto. He cared about each of these women in different ways, and each had shown him moments of undeniable affection. And here they were, fighting side by side to save the village. "Focus," he told himself. "We can deal with the rest later, if we're still alive."
They set out soon after, weaving through battered streets until they emerged on the western side of Konoha. A massive breach in the outer wall provided a view of the forest beyond charred tree lines and scorched earth from the earlier battles. The distant smell of pine and smoke mingled in the air. Naruto took point, letting Toad Sage energy trickle into his senses. The others followed close behind, scanning the surroundings for any sign of leftover summons or renegade nin. Ino occasionally used her mind-body abilities to sense hostile intent. Tenten kept a scroll half unrolled for quick weapon summoning, and Hinata's Byakugan flickered with careful vigilance.
The forest pressed around them, quiet except for the rustle of leaves. Hours passed as they searched, covering the shattered terrain. Thankfully, they found little more than scattered wildlife. A few broken summoning tags from the animal path lay strewn about, but no living summons. Every step felt cautious, every snapped twig setting them on edge.
They paused in a small clearing to catch their breath. Naruto leaned against a fallen log, wiping sweat. F-chakras almost shot. He could only maintain partial sage mode for so long. Ino folded her arms, glancing around. "It looks clear. Maybe the summons all dissolved when Animal Path was taken out."
Tenten plopped onto the log next to Naruto, stretching her legs with a wince. "I'd love to think we're safe, but with pain, who knows?"
Hinata, scanning the area with Byakugan, lowered her gaze. "I don't see any large chakra signatures nearby. It might be okay now."
Naruto nodded, relief warred with lingering anxiety. "We can't be sure, but maybe we've at least bought Konoha some time." The memory of that distant chakra presence flickering at the edge of his senses Nagato still haunted him, but it was gone now.
Tenten nudged Naruto's arm gently. "You okay?" He met her eyes, noticing the worry there. "Just thinking about what comes next. We still have to find the real pain." Ino stepped closer, voice subdued. "Let's not worry about that for 5 minutes, at least. We've been running ourselves ragged since last night." Hinata glanced away shyly. "It might be wise to take a short break, then we can head back." They all looked at Naruto. "They're waiting for me to say it's okay to rest," he realized. He gave a faint shrug. "All right, a few minutes. Then we go home and keep rebuilding." The tension in the group eased. Tenten took a swig of water, then passed the canteen around. Ino sat near Hinata, quietly massaging her own sore shoulders. Naruto closed his eyes, letting the forest's relative calm wash over him. A flicker of memory jolted through him. Ino's lips in the back of her flower shop, Tenten's trembling embrace during the chaos, Hinata's heartfelt confessions. And Sakura, who was working so hard to save everyone, he felt something akin to guilt. He cared for all of them deeply, and each had opened up to him in different ways. There was no easy way to parse it, not now. "I just want them all safe." His musings were interrupted when Ino made a small sound of pain, rubbing her wrist. "Oh, It's cramped from using all those jutsu. Hinata immediately shifted, reaching over. May I? She pressed gentle palms to Ino's wrist, applying a subtle Hyuga healing technique. Ino blinked in surprise, then relaxed, offering a quiet thanks. They exchanged a slight smile and unspoken camaraderie. Maybe the chaos of the last days had forged a deeper bond between them, too. Tenten, noticing the moment, scooted a bit closer to Naruto. Any chance you can do that healing trick on my shoulders, too? They're killing me. Naruto let out a tired chuckle. Yeah, sure. He pressed his palms lightly to her shoulders, channeling the faint slug sage energy he had left. The warmth of healing chakra seeped in, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief, rotating her stiff muscles. Better? He asked softly. She nodded, eyes half-lidded. You're a lifesaver. Ino teased, Naruto's giving free shoulder massages now? Can I get in line? He gave her a rueful grin. I'm about tapped out, but maybe once we get back. His attempt at levity sparked an exchange of small smiles among them, a brief respite from the tragedy. Hinata lowered her gaze with a gentle smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for taking care of everyone. Even though, you need rest, too. Her soft tone made his chest flutter. He tried to shrug it off. I'll crash eventually, don't worry. They fell into a peaceful silence for a moment, four shinobi battered and bruised, leaning against each other for strength in a silent clearing. The forest's hush wrapped around them, broken only by the distant calls of birds resettling after the chaos. In the quiet, Naruto reached out and touched Ino's hand, offering a reassuring squeeze. She looked at him with a flicker of understanding, no words needed. On his other side, Tenten leaned lightly against his shoulder. Hinata sat across, face tinted pink but eyes shining with trust. It was a strange, fragile moment in the midst of war. A bond that might be more complicated than any of them wanted to admit. But for now, it was enough. They returned to Konoha around midday. The village was stirring with the sounds of reconstruction hammering, sawing, voices calling instructions. Tsunade's emergency response plan was in full swing. Despite the ruin, a sense of collective determination hummed in the air. As Naruto and the others re-entered the main thoroughfare, villagers paused to wave or bow. Some still looked frightened, but hope glimmered in their eyes. Word had spread of Naruto's role in defeating multiple paths. To them, he wasn't just some reckless kid anymore, he was their protector. Tenten parted ways to help a group clearing a collapsed smithy. Hinata offered a small bow and hurried to assist with wounded arrivals at the hospital. Ino said she'd find her father and coordinate the intelligence side. Each left Naruto with a small, meaningful glance like they wanted to say more, but duty called first. Naruto trudged toward the half-crumbled Hokage tower, stepping over charred beams. His mind spun with exhaustion, but he kept moving, compelled to check on Tsunade's progress. He found her near the administrative office, or what was left of it. She stood with Shizune, reviewing scrolls that had been salvaged from the wreckage. She noticed him, relief flashing across her features. Naruto, did you find anything out there? No summons, no leftover paths, he reported, voice hoarse. It's quiet. She nodded, some tension easing from her shoulders. Good, that's one less worry. Shizune glanced at Naruto's ragged appearance. You look dead on your feet, Naruto. Please get some real rest. He almost argued, but Tsunade's stern look told him there was no point. Fine, he muttered. But let me know if anything happens. We will, Tsunade said. Then, in a gentler tone, thank you, Naruto, for everything. He managed a weak smile, then dragged himself away from the battered tower. Weaving through debris, he recalled that his old apartment block had collapsed. Now, he had no actual home standing. Guess I'll find a corner in the shelters. The thought weighed on him, but he pushed it down. Others had lost more. A hand on his sleeve made him turn. Sakura stood there, looking equally fatigued. I heard you're finally going to rest. He rubbed the back of his neck. Apparently so. She gestured for him to follow her. Come with me. We've set up a temporary living space for the medics in a safer district. There's some empty cots. You can crash there for a few hours. He blinked. You sure? She nodded. It's better than the streets. He shrugged and followed. At least I won't have to rummage for a spot. As they walked, he noticed her occasional side glances, as if she had something on her mind. After a stretch of silence, he finally said, What's up? She slowed to a stop in a deserted stretch between two half-toppled shops. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. He frowned. For what? She huffed, crossing her arms. For giving you a hard time earlier, for not believing how strong you'd gotten. For worrying so much that I keep nagging you to rest, and... He cut her off with a raised hand, a tired grin. Sakura, don't apologize. I'd have probably gotten myself killed if you weren't around to keep me in line. She sighed, stepping closer. Still, you're carrying so much. Not just physically, but emotionally. I wish I could help more. He felt the tension in his chest crack a little. You already do, Sakura. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. Then she surprised him by looping her arms around his waist, pressing her face to his chest. It wasn't a heated, frantic kiss like before, more longing, comforting embrace. He rested his chin on her hair, letting the moment stretch. They stood like that, battered but leaning on each other, until a distant shout reminded them the village was anything but safe. She pulled back, cheeks she mumbled, voice soft. You need to sleep. He let her lead him to a half-intact building that served as a makeshift dorm for medics. Inside, cots lined the walls, most of them empty as med-nin were still out working. She guided him to one near the back. He sank onto it, body screaming in relief at the chance to lie down. Sakura hovered, uncertain. I'll check on you later, okay? He nodded, eyes already drooping. Sure, thanks for everything. She paused, as if wanting to say something more, then simply gave him a warm, tentative smile. Rest well, Naruto. He watched her leave, heart twisting with a swirl of affection and fatigue. I owe her so much, owe all of them so much, and in an instant, sleep dragged him under. When Naruto woke, late afternoon light angled through the broken windows. The throbbing in his body had receded to a dull ache still present, but manageable. He sat up slowly. A nearby tray with a half-eaten meal of rice and grilled fish suggested someone had tried to feed him while he was out. His stomach growled. He scarfed down what remained, feeling marginally better. The building was mostly quiet, though faint voices carried from the hall. Stretching, he tested his limbs. The borrowed time to rest had helped. He could feel his chakra recharging. He headed out. The hallway led to a balcony that overlooked part of the ruined district. From here, he could see the massive crater in the village's center, a bleak testament to Pain's fury. But he also saw teams of workers hauling supplies, erecting makeshift scaffolding, clearing roads. Life went on, even if it was scarred. He leaned against the balcony railing. We survived the wrath of the 6 paths, but the real battle's not over. I have to find Nagato. I have to stop him from doing this again. The weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders. A soft voice startled him. Naruto-kun. He turned to see Hinata emerging from the corridor, her posture shy but eyes warm. She still wore bandages on one arm, but she managed a small smile. You're awake. Sakura said you might be here. He rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I just got up. Needed to see what's going on. She stepped closer, gazing over the balcony. The sunlight turned her dark hair a deep blue-black. We're doing our best to rebuild. Many are still in shelters. She paused, fiddling with the edge of her bandage. I wanted to thank you for everything you did to protect us. He thought of the moment she'd rushed to his side mid-battle, confessing her feelings in the heat of danger. The memory made his chest tighten. I couldn't have done it alone. Her cheeks flushed. But you led us. You gave us hope. He swallowed, uncertain how to respond. He cared for her deeply, and he remembered the desperate, passionate kiss they shared near the memorial stone. But right now, words felt clumsy. Instead, he covered her hand with his, squeezing gently. She looked up, meeting his gaze, heart in her eyes. For a moment, the war-torn village faded away, and all he saw was Hinata's quiet devotion. He leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. She gasped, then yielded, letting the sweetness of the moment envelop them. Her hands trembled against his chest, and he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer.
A breathless second later, they broke apart. Hinata's face burned pink, but a shy smile curved her lips. Naruto-kun.
He rested his forehead against hers. Thank you for believing in me. She blushed deeper, but her eyes shone. I always have. They stood there, letting the warmth linger a moment longer. Then a faint cough sounded at the balcony door. Ino stood with a basket of bandages, an amused but slightly awkward look on her face. "Sorry," Ino said, not sounding particularly sorry, "but Tsunade-sama's calling for you, Naruto. She's apparently got some new intel." Hinata quickly stepped back, bowing her head in embarrassment. Naruto coughed, raking a hand through his hair. Thanks. I'll be right there." Ino smirked a little, turning to head back inside. "I'll let her know. See you in a minute."
After she left, Hinata fidgeted, eyes flicking to Naruto. "We should go."
He nodded. "Yeah." His gaze lingered on her, heart full of affection and worry. "We'll talk more later, okay?" She managed a soft smile. "I'd like that." With that, they parted ways, each with duties to attend. Naruto tried to steady his swirling thoughts as he made his way to Tsunade. He was grateful for every moment of closeness in this nightmare, yet it only underscored how fragile everything could be. "I have to end this war before it takes them away from me."
He found Tsunade in a side room that miraculously still had a roof. Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Inoichi were already there, poring over a map. Tsunade beckoned Naruto over, her expression urgent.
Inoichi's team found a lead, Tsunade said. There were faint signals of Rinnegan chakra rods near a remote section in the forest northeast of Konoha. It's possible Nagato's hidden there.
Naruto's pulse quickened. Northeast, close enough to still control the paths.
Kakashi nodded. Exactly. He might have withdrawn to that location after you destroyed his paths. If he's too wounded to keep fighting, he'll be lying low. That's our chance. Shikamaru rubbed the cast on his leg. We can't risk a large strike team. Nagato is too dangerous, and we can't leave the village undefended. A small infiltration might work. Tsunade turned to Naruto. You faced him through his paths more than anyone else. Will you lead the team? He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Yes. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Be cautious. If he's in bad shape, he might still be lethal. Konan could be there too. He nodded. Understood. Kakashi cleared his throat. I'll come with you. I'm banged up, but 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Naruto wanted to argue that Kakashi needed rest, but he understood the older ninja's determination. Kakashi-sensei lost friends to pain too. He deserves a shot at ending this. All right. Tsunade tapped the map. Choose up to 3 more for the infiltration. Any more than that, and we risk alerting him. Naruto scanned the options in his head. His first instincts pulled him toward his strongest friends Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata. But they were also exhausted and integral to the ongoing village recovery. He bit his lip. I need someone with healing skill in case of a trap, or sensor skill to pinpoint Nagato's location, or brute force to handle ambushes. This was complicated. Kakashi offered quietly, what about Sakura and Shino? Sakura can handle healing, and Shino's bug tracking might help us find Nagato if he's hidden. Naruto considered, then nodded. Sounds good. I also want 1 more sensor or infiltration type. Maybe Sai. Fine, Tsunade agreed. Go quickly, strike fast, then come back. We'll hold things here. Shikamaru gave a weak grin. Go save the world again, Naruto. He gave a half laugh. I'll do my best. Not long after, Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, Shino, and Sai gathered at the edge of the village. Each wore a somber expression. This felt like the final piece of the pain puzzle. They ran through a quick gear check. Medical supplies with Sakura, insects with Shino for tracking, Kakashi's lethal ninjutsu, Sai's ink beasts for scouting. Naruto himself had recharged enough chakra to enter Toad Sage mode if needed, though he doubted he could juggle multiple Sage energies for long. Sakura brushed a strand of pink hair from her face. If Nagato's there, how do we handle him? Naruto set his jaw. We'll see how strong he is. If we can talk him down, good. If not, he trailed off, letting the possibility of a violent end hang in the air. Kakashi nodded. No illusions about it. Let's move. They leapt into the ruined forest, branches snapping underfoot. Shino sent a squad each carrying a faint trace of Naruto's chakra to sense any reacting Rinnegan rods. Sai soared above them on an inkbird, scouting from overhead. The tension grew with each mile. Naruto glanced over at Sakura, who wore a determined frown. She caught his eye and gave a small, reassuring nod. We've come this far, no turning back. He tried to calm the churn of anxiety in his gut. If they truly found Nagato, it might be the decisive moment. Am I ready for it? He thought of Jiraiya's will, the battered village, the kisses and embraces of those who believed in him. I have to be. Deep in the forest, the sun began to set behind twisted branches, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The group landed near a rocky outcrop overgrown with vines. Shino's insects buzzed back, whispering of faint chakra resonance up ahead. I sense the rods, Shino confirmed. Faint, but there. Kakashi scanned the area. We should proceed carefully, he might have traps. Naruto inhaled, letting partial sage energy open his senses. He felt a flicker of life force, weak but pulsing, hidden behind a series of jagged rocks. Over there.
They advanced, each step measured. The air felt thick. Naruto's heart pounded. Nagato's close. They crept around the jutting stones, unveiling a clearing of sorts. At its center stood a makeshift structure, a tower of twisted metal and rock, like a cocoon. Torn paper tags fluttered, reminiscent of Conan's origami. Inside the tower's opening, they glimpsed movement. Sai's inkbird soared overhead, shining light down. And there, in the dim interior, Naruto saw him. Nagato. A gaunt, emaciated man seated in a strange mechanical chair, rods protruding from his back. His hair was a dull red, eyes the same swirling Rinnegan that had haunted Naruto's dreams. Conan stood beside him, wings of paper partially unfurled, her expression guarded. Naruto's blood froze. He's so frail. This was the being who'd annihilated Konoha. Nagato coughed, blood staining his lips. The sound echoed in the still air. Conan tensed, stepping between them protectively. Stay back. Kakashi raised his hands, showing no hostile action yet. We're here to end this, he said, voice calm but firm. Nagato regarded them with a pained scowl. Your village, did you enjoy seeing its destruction? Naruto's chest seethed. You're the one who destroyed it. You murdered innocent people. And for what? Your twisted notion of peace? Nagato coughed again, grimacing. Call it twisted if you must. But only through pain can the world understand each other's suffering. Jiraiya's sensei understood how broken things were. He tried to find another way, but the world showed him only cruelty. Naruto shook his head. He believed in hope. He believed in me. He stepped forward, ignoring Sakura's quick grab at his arm. You think blowing up a village solves anything? All it does is breed more hatred. Conan's eyes narrowed. We won't let you harm Nagato, leave now. Kakashi's voice was cold. That's not an option. A tense standoff followed. Naruto could sense Nagato's chakra stuttering like a dying flame. Yet it was still potent, swirling with an undercurrent of dreadful power. If Nagato tried anything, the entire clearing could become a death trap. Sakura glanced at Naruto, worry plain on her face. He nodded, stepping forward. Nagato, if there's any part of you that remembers Jiraiya's teachings, you'll stop this. There's still a chance for a different future. Nagato's gaze flickered with something that might have been regret. Then, bitterness twisted his features. I can't. The cycle of hatred demands action. I came this far, there is no turning back. Paper wings rustled. Conan was preparing for a fight. Kakashi's hand strayed toward a kunai. Shino's insects buzzed in agitation, and Sai readied an ink scroll. Naruto's heart pounded. I have to try once more. He raised his voice, every word laced with fierce conviction. Jiraiya died believing I could change things. Not with more killing, but by showing people a new path. If you truly loved him like a student loves a master, you'd at least listen to me before you throw another attack. Nagato's lips parted, an odd mix of sorrow and rage in his eyes. You dare speak to me of Jiraiya's death? He was dear to me, but the world forced this path upon us. Conan's paper wings spread in a sudden flurry, sharp edges glinting. Enough, Nagato. They've come to kill you. I'll keep you safe. Kakashi, grim, prepared a lightning charge. Shino's insects swarmed protectively. The clearing bristled with hostility. Naruto saw it spiraling toward violence, toward the final lethal clash. No more. Summoning all his breath, he roared, stop. A sudden wave of Toad Sage chakra flared around him, stirring the air. Conan paused, sensing the raw intent. Nagato coughed violently, pinned by a swirl of memory. Jiraiya's face, the hopes of an era.
The tension quivered on a knife's edge. Naruto took one step closer, voice trembling with earnest fire. If you refuse to see reason, then we fight. But I'm giving you one last chance to stop. Because whether you believe it or not, Jiraiya wouldn't want me to kill you. He wanted us to find real peace. Nagato stared at him, hollow eyes flicking between anguish and determination. Conan's paper wings twitched, 100 shards poised to slice. Time seemed frozen. Sakura braced for the worst, Kakashi prepared for a decisive blow. At last, Nagato's breath rattled. He slumped in his mechanical chair, grimacing in pain. The Rinnegan flared. You speak of peace, while carrying so much rage. Do you think your precious friends, those women you cling to, your mentors, your entire village understand the cost of peace? Naruto's eyes stung, remembering Tenten's tears, Hinata's confession, Ino's kisses, Sakura's embraces, Jiraiya's death. They understand enough to keep fighting for it. And I'll protect them with everything I have. A faint, ironic smile twisted Nagato's lips. Protect them, is that your version of saving the world? You can't save everyone. Pain is inevitable. Naruto gritted his teeth. Maybe, but I won't stop trying. Silence. The setting sun cast long shadows across Nagato's emaciated form. Conan's paper fluttered uncertainly. Behind Naruto, the team stood ready, hearts pounding. This was it. Nagato closed his eyes, face contorting with memory and regret. Jiraiya-sensei believed in a prophecy of a child who would bring peace. Perhaps that was you. Or maybe it was all a joke. But, you remind me so much of him. Conan stepped closer, uncertain. Nagato. He exhaled, a ragged, broken sound. I've killed so many, destroyed your village. Yet you stand here, still talking about hope. Kakashi tensed, expecting a final jutsu. Naruto forced himself not to flinch. Will he fight or surrender?
Nagato's trembling hand reached out, summoning faint purple chakra. Kakashi readied lightning in his palm, but Naruto lifted a hand, holding him back. Something in Nagato's posture said this wasn't an attack. With a pained groan, Nagato pressed his palms together, forming a series of seals. His Rinnegan glowed. Conan's eyes went wide. Nagato, no. That will. A swirl of enormous chakra enveloped the clearing. Naruto and the others shielded their faces from the gale. Floating orbs of light appeared, drifting toward Konoha as if called by some cosmic force. He recognized the technique from what he'd learned Rinne Rebirth, the ultimate resurrection jutsu that Nagato used in the original timeline to atone for his destruction. Nagato, what are you doing? Naruto shouted over the roar of energy. Nagato's skeletal form shivered, blood running from his mouth and eyes. This is my last act. Even I can see that your way might achieve what we couldn't. I will believe, just for a moment, in Jiraiya's hope. Conan cried out, wings disintegrating into PS around her. She grabbed Nagato's arm. You'll die. He gazed at her, voice trembling. Conan, it's the only way. This is my atonement. The swirling chakra grew blinding, pulses of greenish-white light shooting out across the sky in the direction of Konoha. Naruto's heart hammered. He's reviving those he killed. In the distance, he felt faint flickers of life returning like dusty candles reigniting. Nagato sagged in the chair, eyes half-lidded. Take this chance, find peace. Conan, tears in her eyes, tried to cradle him, but her paper arms fluttered uselessly. The jutsu's strain pulled at Nagato's life force. With a final shudder, he slumped, breath slipping away. The Rinnegan dimmed. Kakashi and Sakura stood speechless. Shino's insects buzzed, unsettled. Sai hovered overhead, silent witness to the miracle unfolding. Naruto approached slowly, heart-twisting. He reached Nagato's side, seeing the man's ashen face. This was the person who had destroyed his village, murdered Jiraiya, and nearly captured the Nine Tails. Yet in his final moments, he'd chosen to undo some of the horror he caused. Conan bowed her head over Nagato's lifeless body, voice choked, Nagato. Naruto couldn't find words. He simply looked at the ragged, broken man who'd once been a student of Jiraiya, twisted by war and grief. Silent tears slipped down Conan's cheeks. Guilt and sorrow mixed in Naruto's chest. At least, it ends here. After a long moment, he turned away, swallowing his emotions.
Sakura stepped forward to check Nagato's vitals, but it was clear there was nothing to do. Kakashi gently touched Naruto's shoulder. "We should let them have a moment." Naruto nodded, stepping back from the tower. Conan remained, kneeling by Nagato, paper wings drifting around them like a funeral shroud. The night breeze rustled the leaves, carrying away the last echoes of the Rinnegan's power. They returned to Konoha under a star-strewn sky. Word traveled like wildfire. The people Pain had killed in his final assault were brought back. Families that had lost loved ones found them alive, gasping at the edges of craters. Tearful reunions dotted the broken streets. The net effect of the jutsu was miraculous. Naruto led the infiltration team through the battered gates, hearts heavy but strangely hopeful. Civilians who recognized them called out, cheering or bowing. Some cried, hugging those resurrected by Nagato's final act. The emotional outpouring was immense. At the makeshift command post, Tsunade and the others waited. The moment she saw Kakashi alive and well, relief flooded her eyes. Then she turned to Naruto. "It's over?" He met her gaze. "Yeah," he said softly. "Nagato's gone. He used his last jutsu to bring everyone back." Murmurs of astonishment spread. Sakura let out a shaky breath. Shikamaru, leaning on his crutch, simply muttered, "What a drag, but thank God." Tsunade's lips pressed together. "So, he redeemed himself at the end?" Naruto nodded, memories swirling. "I think so." They stood in silence, absorbing the enormity of it all. Konoha was still in ruins, but so many lives had been restored. The unstoppable terror that was Pain had ended, not by Naruto's final blow, but by Nagato's own choice of atonement. Kakashi slid his hands into his pockets, eye-casting about the battered plaza. "We have a lot of work to do." Tsunade exhaled. "Yes, but at least, we can rebuild with fewer ghosts haunting us." Naruto scanned the area, spotting Tenten and Ino among the crowds, each wearing stunned, tearful smiles as they reunited with friends who'd been lost. Hinata stood off to the side, tears glimmering in her eyes as she embraced a revived Neji, who blinked in confusion, alive once more despite the mortal wounds he'd suffered. Sakura hurried to greet those stepping out of an emergency tent, relief shining in her face. Emotion overwhelmed Naruto. He recalled Jiraiya's dream for peace, how impossible it had seemed. Yet tonight, they'd seen a glimpse of that possibility. Maybe it wasn't as far-fetched as everyone believed. Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder, voice husky with emotion. "You did it, Naruto. Jiraiya would be proud." He let out a shaky laugh. "Not just me, all of us." She nodded, eyes shining. "Yes. All of us." In the flickering light of torches and rescue lanterns, the battered village gathered. People embraced, cried, laughed. Amid the destruction, a new dawn of hope emerged. Naruto gazed at them, at Tenten wiping tears, Ino hugging someone, Hinata and Neji's emotional reunion, Sakura guiding the newly revived to safety. A sudden cheer erupted. Someone shouted, "Naruto saved us!" Others joined, chanting his name. He swallowed thickly, torn between pride and humility. "I'm no god. But maybe I can be the bridge Jiraiya wanted me to be." His friends converged, Ino slipping beside him, sliding an arm around his waist, Tenten with tears in her eyes but a grin on her lips. Hinata smiling shyly from a few paces away. Sakura stepping to his other side with a gentle hand on his shoulder. Each showed him a piece of their heart. In that swirl of relief and gratitude, Naruto felt a deeper, complicated warmth. He'd protected them, and they'd stood by him. They were all changed by these events, scarred, but also bound together more tightly than ever. He raised his gaze to the shattered skyline of Konoha. "This is the end of Pain's wrath, but just the start of a new chapter. I'll grow stronger, protect them all, and find a path to the peace Jiraiya dreamed of, no matter what." Cheers rolled through the streets, echoing amid broken walls. Naruto closed his eyes, a tear sliding free. The Pain arc was over. The next sunrise would find Konoha rebuilding from the ashes, guided by the unwavering spirit of its people and by the young shinobi who had learned the power of sage modes, the bonds of friendship, and the truth that love and determination could overcome even a god's wrath. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Ascendant's warm evening sun bathed the skeletal remains of Konoha in amber light. A gentle wind stirred the dust across broken streets, carrying faint echoes of rebuilding efforts and hushed conversations. Where the village had once been a chaotic battleground, now it was quiet, almost eerily so, save for the determined bustle of survivors returning to life. Pain's invasion was over, and Nagato's final act of atonement had revived those who fell. In the days following that miraculous resurrection, Konoha walked the strange line between celebration and grief. People moved about with renewed hope, but every street corner reminded them of how close they had come to annihilation. Naruto stood on a half-collapsed rooftop, looking out over the crater that still marred the village center. A swirling breeze tugged at his hair. He felt it against his skin. The raw, ragged edges of power that had carried him through the battle. Over the last few days, he'd channeled Toad Sage mode, Slug Sage healing, and even flickers of Snake Sage cunning so often that his body ached with an undercurrent of constant chakra strain. Yet that same mastery had saved countless lives. More than once, villagers had bowed to him in the streets, calling him a hero or a savior. He didn't know what to do with that adulation. Every time he saw the crumbled homes, the makeshift memorials for those who hadn't been so fortunate to be resurrected in time, guilt twisted in his chest. I'm not a god, he thought, clenching his fists. I just did what I had to. He leapt off the rooftop, landing with barely a whisper on a patch of ground that used to be a bustling square. Twilight stained the horizon, and a few volunteers continued to clear debris under flickering lanterns. "Oi, Naruto," someone called. He turned to see Tenten jogging over, dust on her cheeks, a cloth bandana binding her hair back. She wore a tool pack at her waist, and her expression managed to be both tired and bright. "Hey, he greet night shifts too." She nodded, catching her breath. "We've been dividing up tasks. I was helping rebuild the weaponsmith's shop. Figured it'd be a good idea to get that place running again." He offered a small grin. Makes sense, never know when the next crisis might roll in. A flicker of worry crossed her features. "You sound like you're expecting more trouble." He shrugged. "Akatsuki's still out there, this was just one battle." She fell silent. They both knew Pain's defeat didn't mean the world was suddenly safe. The threat of Madara, or Tobi, as some called him, loomed. But for now, Konoha was focusing on healing. Tenten brushed her palm across her forehead, wiping away sweat. "I'm taking a break soon. Wanna come by?" The crew's got a makeshift grill going in the next block. Naruto almost refused. His mind felt too heavy, but her hopeful gaze tugged at him. "Sure," he said, forcing a small grin. "Could use some decent food." She led him through the uneven rows of half-collapsed buildings. In the next block, a group of shinobi and civilians had set up a couple of salvaged tables. A small charcoal grill sizzled with skewers of meat and vegetables. Laughter and chatter hummed as people shared stories of near-death experiences, leaning on that sudden camaraderie that tragedy often forges. "Oi, Naruto," called Katetsu, waving a skewer in greeting. "Grab a seat. You deserve a feast after everything you've done." Naruto gave a polite nod, noticing Tenten slip off to help pass out plates. He accepted a skewer from Katetsu, who grinned at him. "Not exactly gourmet, but it's what we've got." Naruto tasted the food, simple and a little charred, but he found it comforting. Sitting around a fire, even among rubble, felt oddly normal. The conversation drifted to talk of rebuilding the academy, the hospital expansions, the shops that needed to be reopened. Tenten returned, dropping onto the makeshift bench beside Naruto, exhaling. They're short-handed on construction supplies, but the caravans from the fire daimyo are supposed to arrive soon. Naruto nodded, finishing his skewer. A faint ripple of chakra awareness prickled in the back of his mind, letting him know someone was approaching. He glanced over his shoulder and spotted Ino weaving through the crowd, a bright but tired smile on her face. She wore a simple outfit, purple top and bandaged arms from lingering wounds. "Mind if I join?" she asked, looking at Naruto and Tenten. "Sure," Tenten said, making room on the bench. She shot Naruto a playful look, aware of his closeness to Ino as well. Ino plopped down, brushing her hair aside. "I've been on medical supply duty all day, my hands reek of antiseptic." She gave Naruto's arm a nudge. "You feeling okay? You've been pushing yourself too hard." He rolled his shoulders, wincing. "I'm all right, just, still wound up." Ino's gaze softened. "You've done enough for a lifetime, Naruto. Don't forget to let yourself breathe." She glanced around, eyes flicking between Tenten and Naruto. There was an undercurrent of tension and unspoken question of where they all stood with each other. But the bustle of the grill, the chatter, the ruins, everything overshadowed it. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, occasionally chiming in when Katetsu or another shinobi shared a story. For a brief moment, it felt like old times, when camaraderie came from missions and friendly competition, rather than life and death wars. After a while, Naruto excused himself, stepping away from the group to get some air. His mind buzzed with the swirl of relationships he cared for: Tenten, for Ino, for Hinata, for Sakura. Each had a place in his heart, each had their own brand of devotion to him. He'd kissed them, held them, found fleeting solace in their arms amid chaos. Now that the immediate crisis was over, he wondered if things would shift. Footsteps approached softly. Tenten's voice came from behind him. "Hey, you okay? You got all quiet." He turned, watching her approach in the dim light. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking." Her eyes searched his face. "Thinking about the future? Or about us?" He swallowed. "Both." She gave a tentative smile. "I know it's complicated," she admitted, "what with everything going on and with, well, the way you've been, close to several of us." A surge of guilt mingled with affection rose in him. "I don't want to hurt anyone," he said quietly. "But I also can't pretend I don't feel what I feel. After nearly losing you all, I realized life's too short to hold back." Tenten's cheeks warmed. She stepped closer, resting her hands on his shoulders. "I can't speak for the others, but I'm not angry. I just want you to be honest with me, with us." He let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "I will," he promised. They locked eyes, and she tilted her head up. The crash of conversation at the grill drifted away. He cupped her cheek gently, leaning down to press a slow, lingering kiss to her lips. Her sigh was soft, her hands sliding around his neck. For a moment, the ruin around them faded, replaced by warmth and relief. When they broke apart, her eyes glistened. "You have that effect on me," she murmured with a small laugh. He stroked a thumb over her flushed cheek. "Sorry." She smirked. Not complaining. Their peaceful moment was broken by a call from the fire pit. Ino's voice. "Naruto, Tenten, come on back." Tenten glanced over her shoulder, sighing. "Looks like break time's over. Katetsu wants us to help with some leftover crates." Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Let's go." She gave him one last squeeze around the waist before stepping away. He followed, heart lighter despite the chaos. Later that night, Naruto left the makeshift grill area, wandering through the battered streets. Moonlight cast harsh shadows on broken walls. Despite the destruction, the village no longer felt like a grave. People were actively working. Lights burned in windows, and the hush of sleep mingled with the determination to rebuild. As he moved toward the hospital district, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing near a half-intact lamppost. Hinata. She had a warm cloak draped over her shoulders, arms crossed as though she'd been waiting. He felt his chest tighten in a fond way. She spotted him immediately, stepping forward with a timid smile. "Naruto-kun," she said softly. I was hoping I might see you." He brushed the back of his neck. "You were waiting out here?" She nodded, cheeks pink. "I wanted to make sure you got back safely. The hospital's on skeleton staff now, so I had time." His gaze softened. "Thanks, but I'm all right. Just came by to see if anyone needed extra help." Her eyes shone. "You never stop trying to help, do you?" He chuckled, somewhat self-conscious. "After what happened, I can't just sit around." She nodded, glancing around. The moonlight picked out the cracks in the pavement, the twisted iron of a toppled fence. "The village is recovering faster than I expected. Thanks to you." He took a step closer, voice quiet. "Not just me, everyone's worked hard." She hesitated, then mustered her courage. "Naruto-kun, would you walk with me? Just for a while?" His pulse quickened. He thought of Tenten's kiss earlier, of Ino's easy closeness, and now Hinata's unwavering gentleness. Still, he found himself nodding. "Sure, I'd like that." They strolled side by side, passing rows of half-destroyed houses. Some had tarps instead of roofs, while others remained in shambles. Yet the sight no longer filled Naruto with despair. There was a sense of forward momentum. Hinata guided him to a small park near the edge of the residential area. Much of it had been smashed, but a single wooden bench stood upright, facing a lonely pond. Moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, and the battered trees swayed in a soft breeze. He sat beside her. Comfortable in its own way. She fidgeted with her cloak, biting her lip. Finally, she spoke, voice barely above a whisper. You saved so many lives. And you saved me. I don't have the words to thank you. His gaze rested on her bandaged arm, still healing from the battle. Don't thank me for that. I do it 100 times over. She lowered her head, hair falling across her face. Naruto-kun, I've admired you since the academy. You were always so determined. You never gave up, even when everyone doubted you. I realized, over time, that my feelings went beyond admiration. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, though she trembled. I know, he said softly. I've seen how much you care. She lifted her eyes, tears brimming. I confessed during the fight with pain. I knew I might die, but I had to say it. Her cheeks colored furiously. It probably wasn't the best timing. Naruto squeezed her hand. It was real. I heard you, and, after everything, I care about you too. A shaky breath escaped her lips, relief flooding her features. I know you have so many people around you, Sakura, Ino, Tenten. You've changed so much, grown so strong. I don't want to be left behind. He felt a pang of guilt and tenderness. You won't be. She studied him, as if searching for certainty in his eyes. He let her see it there, his genuine affection, the promise that he cherished her. Slowly, she leaned in, timid at first. He moved to meet her halfway, their lips brushing in a soft, lingering kiss. Her breath caught, and for a few precious seconds, they melted into each other under the moonlight. Her hands gently clasped his jacket, and he rested his palm on the small of her back. The swirl of warmth and tenderness had a different flavor than Tenten's passion or Ino's playful spark. This was Hinata, quiet and unwavering. When they finally broke apart, she buried her face against his shoulder, face burning with shyness. He held her there, heart thudding. They sat like that for a while, letting the hush of the park cradle them. At length, she sniffled, pressing a hand to her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm just so happy. He stroked her hair. Don't apologize. She smiled through tears, and they gazed at each other until the chill night air reminded them that the world still turned. Eventually, they rose, heading back through the dim streets hand in hand. They didn't speak much, but words weren't needed. By the time Naruto returned to the hospital district, the moon hung high. He parted ways with Hinata, who had duties in a side ward, and made his way up the steps of the main building. At the top, he nearly collided with Sakura. She wore a battered medic uniform, hair frazzled. Dark circles marked her eyes, but she still managed a tired smile upon seeing him. Naruto, she said, relieved. I was about to head home, but I'm glad I caught you. He rubbed his neck. You've been working all night? She nodded, sighing. Yeah, but it's calming down. Most people are stable now. They stood under the fluorescent glow of a half-functioning lamp in the entryway. Naruto swallowed, recalling how she'd thrown her arms around him days ago, how he'd stolen kisses in corridors. There was so much unspoken between them. She beat him to it, crossing her arms. Hey, mind walking me to the new dorm? My apartment's still unlivable, so Tsunade arranged temporary housing for Mednin. A flicker of concern passed through him. Sure, you must be exhausted. She offered a small shrug. I'll manage. They stepped outside, the chill air nipping at their skin. Sakura shivered slightly. Without a word, Naruto slipped off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. She blinked, then smiled softly. Thanks, she said, nestling into the fabric. Still smells like you. He chuckled, a bit self-conscious. Sorry if it's sweaty. She shook her head. It's warm. They walked side by side through the rubble-laden streets, passing flickering lanterns set on broken walls. The dorm was only a few blocks away, in a relatively intact building that used to be an inn. Sakura paused at the foot of the steps leading up to the inn's entrance. She turned to face Naruto, her expression hesitant. Listen, I've been thinking about everything that's happened. How you risked your life, how you tapped into all these new powers, how you saved the village. His eyes dropped. I had a lot of help. She frowned, resting a hand on his arm. You always say that, but no one else could have done what you did. Her green eyes shone with lingering tears. I'm proud of you, Naruto. And I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like you weren't enough. He remembered the old days, how he'd chased after her affection, always overshadowed by Sasuke. Now, though, things had changed so dramatically. He reached out, gently brushing a stray lock of her pink hair aside. You never have to apologize for that. We were kids. We've all grown. She exhaled, shoulders relaxing. Then, to his surprise, she stepped closer, sliding her arms around his waist. He didn't hesitate, returning the embrace. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and he felt her heart pounding. You keep giving your heart to so many people, she whispered, but don't forget you deserve something in return too. Warmth coursed through him. He tilted her chin up, meeting her eyes. There was no push and pull of old. Instead, she leaned in, letting their lips meet in a deeper kiss than they'd shared before. Emotion swelled between them: relief, affection, the tang of tears. He cradled her face, letting the kiss linger. Her breath hitched when they broke apart, and a faint blush dusted her cheeks. But she didn't move away, just stared at him with 1,000 unspoken words in her eyes. Finally, she drew back, voice trembling. Get some rest, okay? And, I guess I'll see you tomorrow? He nodded, stepping back. Yeah. Tomorrow. She ascended the steps, gave him one last look over her shoulder, and disappeared inside. Naruto let out a shaky breath, every nerve buzzing. He was beyond exhausted, but an undercurrent of exhilaration pulsed in him. Life had shifted so drastically in just a matter of weeks. Now he had these overlapping threads of closeness with Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Ino, each distinct, all genuine, and all intensifying. His heart pounded as he turned and headed off to find a place to crash for what remained of the night. Confusion swirled in him how to navigate these relationships, but overshadowing everything was relief that they were all alive, that the village still stood, and that maybe, just maybe, they had a future. Morning light found Naruto sitting cross-legged atop the crumbled remains of the Hokage monument. He'd never seen Konoha from this vantage so soon after its near destruction. The rubble below sprawled like a patchwork quilt of broken stone and wood. But from here, he could also glimpse pockets of reconstruction, faint lines of smoke from cooking fires, and the bustle of a village refusing to give in. He closed his eyes, breathing in the crisp air. Quietly, he pulled on Toad Sage Mode. Natural energy buzzed through him, though less violently than in the heat of battle. He tried to merge it with the gentler slug essence, feeling out the boundaries. Ever since the war with pain, switching between them had grown easier, but the strain remained intense. In his mind's eye, he pictured the swirling energies: Toad's fiery stamina, Slug's healing clarity, Snake's sensory cunning. He only used the latter rarely, given it was derived from Ryuchi Cave and carried a predatory edge. Yet it had saved his life more than once. A flutter of chakra behind him. He opened his eyes to see Tsunade landing gracefully on the ledge, arms folded. The breeze played with her blonde hair. She wore her usual green cloak, though bandages still peeked around her collar, reminders of injuries from morning, she said quietly. He nodded. Morning, Ba-chan. She bristled at the nickname out of habit, but let it slide. Word is you've been climbing around the village all night. Didn't you get any rest? He shrugged. I slept enough. Could say the same for you. She sighed, lips thinning. Yeah, well, being Hokage means you don't get much downtime. She glanced out at the battered skyline. I wanted to come see for myself how the rebuilding's going. Naruto followed her gaze, letting the hush linger before he spoke. We'll make it. We've got help from the daimyo, from allies in other villages. Plus, we have each other. A faint smile curved Tsunade's mouth. Optimist. He looked at her, remembering the day he returned from Mount Myoboku, how she'd pinned her hopes on him. You saved a lot of lives too, you know. If you and Katsuyu hadn't been healing people during the invasion. She waved a dismissive hand. I was just doing my job. So were you. She studied him with an unreadable expression. You've changed, Naruto. In more ways than one. He cocked his head. Is that a bad thing? Her eyes flickered with something like pride. No, just surprising. You command more presence now, even I can feel it. Some of the elders might grumble about how powerful you've become, but that's their problem. I trust you. Warmth spread in his chest. Thanks. She turned, arms still crossed. Anyway, I'm heading back to finalize some plans with the council. We'll need a new blueprint for the village. The rebuilding has to be systematic. Right, he said. Then, on impulse, Tsunade, if you need anything like help with the process, just ask. A ghost of a smirk touched her lips. I'll remember that. And Naruto? He raised a brow. She hesitated, then reached out to ruffle his hair, something she'd hardly done since he was younger. I'm proud of you, brat. With that, she leapt away, leaving him momentarily stunned. He watched her figure grow smaller, a swirl of gratitude and respect pooling in him. I'll protect this village, just like you and Jiraiya believed I could. Word of Konoha's partial recovery spread quickly through the land of fire. Aid caravans arrived daily, bringing wood, steel, medical supplies, and even caravans of volunteer workers from smaller allied towns. Naruto spent much of his time helping in heavy lifting tasks or patrolling the perimeter, ensuring no bandits or stray rogue shinobi took advantage of the village's weakened state. Between these duties, his personal life felt like it was speeding forward. Make-out moments with Tenten or Sakura, quiet strolls and gentle kisses with Hinata, playful banter and sneaky embraces with Ino, it all wove together in a confusing tapestry. He tried to be honest with them, telling each how much they mattered, acknowledging the complicated feelings. None of them demanded exclusivity. Perhaps they understood how precarious life had become. Maybe they took comfort in Naruto's fierce love, even if shared. Yet behind every calm day, the shadow of Akatsuki and Madara lurked. Naruto found himself restless, training at odd hours, trying to see how seamlessly he could blend the sage energies without draining himself to the brink. He practiced in the remnants of the Forest of Death or atop distant cliffs, honing his senses. One afternoon, he tried to replicate a new jutsu, weaving toad illusions with a serpentine feint, then channeling slug healing to sustain the strain. The first attempt nearly collapsed his lungs. He toppled forward, coughing violently. But after a rest, he tried again. And again. He needed that unstoppable edge if new enemies emerged. By sunset, he stood panting in a clearing, the earth scorched from repeated practice. Gamma the small toad messenger peered from a rock, wide-eyed. Naruto-chan, are you sure you're not overdoing it? Mixing sage energies like this is unnatural. Naruto braced himself, wiping sweat from his brow. Might be unnatural, but it's necessary. The toad gave a forlorn croak. At least don't kill yourself. He offered a half smile. I promise. Exhaustion tugged at him, and he decided to call it a day. He made his way back toward the village, ignoring the dull ache in every muscle. As he neared the gates, he spotted Sakura, Ino, and Tenten talking. They seemed to be waiting for him, each with that blend of curiosity, amusement, and exasperation that had become familiar. Ino planted her hands on her hips. There you are, chakra maniac. You missed lunch. He rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, lost track of time. Tenten's gaze flicked over his sweat-soaked clothes. You've been pushing yourself again, haven't you? He started to shrug it off, but Sakura interrupted. Come on. We saved some food for you. She glanced at the other two women, who nodded in agreement. You need to eat if you're going to keep this crazy training up. He opened his mouth to protest, but hunger gnawed at his gut, so he sighed. All right, all right. They led him to a quieter corner of the reconstructed marketplace, where a half-open stall offered rice balls, steamed buns, and grilled fish. The stall owner perked up at the sight of Naruto, practically forcing extra portions into his hands while thanking him profusely for saving Konoha. They settled at a patch of rubble that had been cleared away, making an impromptu sitting area. Tenten passed him a skewer of fish, Ino handed over a bowl of rice, and Sakura offered water. He felt a surge of warmth. He couldn't remember a time he'd had such attentive company. As he ate, they chatted about normal things, what the new academy building might look like, how the hospital expansions were going, how Tenten helped restock the weapon stores. It felt so ordinary that Naruto nearly forgot about the monstrous battles and tragedies they'd all witnessed. The conversation eventually drifted to old memories. Ino recalled pranking her father's flower shop. Tenten mentioned training mishaps with Neji and Lee back in the day. Sakura reminisced about the academy days, laughing over Naruto's old, clueless self. Naruto found himself grinning. Even if his life had become more complicated, it was nice to sit with people who'd known him through every stage. After the meal, a comfortable lull settled in. Ino and Tenten took their leave, heading off to run errands. Sakura lingered, stacking empty bowls. She offered Naruto a gentle smile. Seeing you this relaxed is good, she said softly. He shrugged. It's because I have you guys. The village, my friends, that's what matters. She brushed her fingertips across his cheek in a surprisingly tender gesture. Don't forget we're here for you too. You don't have to carry everything alone. He leaned into her touch, heart squeezing. Thanks, Sakura. She opened her mouth like she might say more, but a distant shout drew her attention. Someone from the hospital was calling for backup. With an apologetic wave, she hurried off, leaving Naruto alone again in the dusty marketplace. He sighed, rising to his feet. Another day, another night, all blending together in a swirl of training, rebuilding, and forging deeper bonds. He felt that strange pang of guilt again. How'd I handle caring for so many? But right now, none of them forced an answer, and the village needed every ounce of his effort. Focus on the next step, he told himself, heading off to see how he could help at the new construction zone. Late that evening, a messenger hawk arrived from the fire daimyo. Tsunade gathered Naruto, Shikamaru, and a few other key shinobi in the remains of the council chamber, a once grand, circular room now missing half its roof. The hawk's scroll carried an official stamp. Tsunade's eyes scanned the missive, her expression darkening. What is it? Shikamaru asked. She passed him the scroll. There have been sightings of Akatsuki activity on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Nothing aeon, but enough to cause alarm. The daimyo wants us to send a scouting team. A hush fell. Naruto's stomach nodded. Could it be Madara making moves? Tsunade tapped her finger against the table. Possibly, or maybe remnants of other rogue cells are gathering. Either way, we can't ignore it. She looked at Naruto. I know you're still recovering, but if it's truly Madara, we need your skill. He clenched his jaw. I'm not fully at 100%, but do I have a choice? I'll do it. Shikamaru sighed, leaning on his crutch. I'd volunteer, but I'm not exactly mobile. I can coordinate from here. Kakashi, quietly standing in the corner, raised a hand. I'll go. I'm more or less functional now. Tsunade nodded. Form a recon team. Nothing too large. We can't afford to weaken the village's defenses. Right, Naruto agreed. Let's keep it small. Me, Kakashi, maybe Sai for stealth, and Ino or Shino for tracking. Take Shino, Tsunade suggested. He's well rested, and his bugs will be invaluable for recon. They made final arrangements. Shikamaru would handle the intelligence flow from the village, while Naruto's squad scouted the reported area. If they encountered a serious threat, they'd regroup rather than engage blindly. Naruto left the council chamber with a twist of excitement and dread coiling in his gut. Another mission, so soon after the pain crisis. But this was the reality. Akatsuki wouldn't wait for Konoha to rebuild in peace. Outside, the night air was cool. Naruto spotted Ino in the corridor, carrying a stack of medical supplies. She flashed him a curious look. You look tense. He filled her in briefly on the scouting mission. Concern flickered across her face. You're going right back out there? He shrugged, forcing a grin. Duty calls. It might be nothing, but we can't risk ignoring it. She set down her supplies. Well, just be careful, okay? Her eyes darted around to ensure they weren't in earshot of too many others. Then she leaned in and brushed a light kiss to his cheek. Come back safe. Warmth spread through him. He touched her wrist gently. I promise. A passing nurse coughed politely, obviously noticing the moment. Ino cleared her throat, flustered, and snatched her supplies. Naruto exhaled, offering a grin that quirked her lips in return. Then she hurried off. They all want me to be safe, he thought, heart pounding. I can't let them down. Morning dawned clear and crisp. Naruto, Kakashi, Sai, and Shino assembled at the broken gates, packs on their backs, ready for the mission. Tsunade stood by to see them off, arms folded, expression resolute. Remember, she said, this is recon first. Don't pick a fight you can't finish. Send word if it's too big to handle. Understood, Kakashi said, adjusting his forehead protector. Naruto nodded. He spotted a small group gathered behind Tsunade, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Sakura. Each wore their concern plainly. He gave them a reassuring glance, as if to say I'll be back. They nodded in turn. With that, the squad took off at a swift pace, weaving into the forest beyond the battered walls. The trees thinned where Pain's devastation had reached, but soon enough they found themselves in denser foliage, the ground damp from a recent rain. Naruto slipped into partial toad sage perception, feeling the life around him. Squirrels, birds, the hum of insects. Shino's bugs buzzed softly, branching out ahead as scouts. Sai soared overhead on an inkbird, scanning for anything suspicious. Kakashi kept pace with Naruto on the ground, Sharingan at the ready. The morning wore on without incident. Then, just past midday, a faint swirl of hostile chakra pricked Naruto's senses. Shino's insects scurried back, carrying alarm. They crept forward, concealed in underbrush, peering out at a rocky outcrop. There, 3 cloaked figures in black and red swirled patterns, clearly remnants of Akatsuki attire, stood conversing in low tones. They seemed ragged, not the polished threat Pain had been, but still dangerous. Kakashi signaled for everyone to stay hidden. The group eavesdropped, catching fragments. Madara, next step, gather funds, rejoin with Zetsu. Naruto's fists clenched, it's definitely connected. Before they could glean more, one of the cloaked figures stiffened, glancing around. We're not alone, he hissed. Another one formed a quick seal, sending a pulse of chakra out. Sai cursed under his breath. They've sensed us. Kakashi signaled for immediate withdrawal, but the enemy had already launched forward, spraying a volley of shuriken. Naruto stepped up, unleashing a partial sage aura to deflect them midair. Kakashi flanked left with lightning crackling in his palm, while Shino directed his bugs to envelop the far side. Sai's ink serpents coiled, forming a barrier behind them. They had orders not to engage unless necessary, but the enemy's aggression left little choice. Naruto sprang at the nearest cloaked figure, a Rasengan sparking in his hand. The figure leapt back, weaving a chain sickle that glinted in the midday sun. Naruto blocked the initial slash, then hammered the Rasengan into the man's chest. A second figure spat a barrage of water bullets, forcing Kakashi to dodge. Shino's insects swarmed, disrupting the jutsu mid-cast. Sai's ink serpents bound the third figure, who shrieked in alarm. The clash was swift and brutal. Naruto realized these weren't S-rank members. They lacked the fearsome aura of Itachi or Kisame or Deidara. More likely they were lesser affiliates still loyal to Madara. Within minutes, Naruto's squad overwhelmed them, pinning them to the rocky ground. Kakashi crouched beside the largest one, pressing a kunai to the man's throat. Who do you work for? The man spat in defiance. Akatsuki will rise again under Madara, your pathetic village. Kakashi pressed harder. Don't test my patience. Shino's insects buzzed menacingly. The pinned man paled. We were ordered to regroup, gather intel, sabotage Konoha's caravans. That's all I know. Madara, he's planning something bigger, but we're on a need-to-know basis. Naruto's heart sank. So it begins again. They tied the captives and rummaged for documents. One carried a half-burned scroll detailing planned sabotage points. Another had coded instructions referencing meeting spots. It was enough to confirm that Madara was marshaling resources in the shadows. So he's not sitting idle, Kakashi muttered, stowing the scroll. We should bring these guys back for interrogation. Naruto nodded grimly. We can't let them roam free. They secured the prisoners, and Sai summoned an ink hawk to send a message back to Tsunade. Shino's bugs formed a perimeter, ensuring no more hidden foes lurked. The aftermath of the brief battle weighed on Naruto. He had hoped for a peaceful lull, but it appeared war's echoes remained. He thought of the village, half rebuilt but forging on, and the people waiting for him: Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Hinata. He thought of Sasuke, somewhere in the wind, possibly entangled with Akatsuki. He thought of Madara's shadow looming over everything. With the prisoners bound, they headed back. The sky rumbled, hinting at incoming rain. Naruto clenched his fists, renewed determination coursing through him. I'll protect Konoha from whatever comes next. Even if it means becoming stronger than I ever imagined. As they leapt through the forests toward home, thunder rolled in the distance, reflecting the tension building in his chest. The wrath of the Six Paths might have ended, but a darker storm gathered on the horizon, one he would meet head-on, armed with his unwavering will, his melding of sage powers, and the bonds of those he cherished. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. A new dawn. Night had fallen by the time Naruto, Kakashi, Sai, and Shino arrived at Konoha's half-ruined gates, 3 bound prisoners in tow. Lanterns flickered along the crumbled wall, Revby on patrol. Word of the captured Akatsuki remnants spread quickly. Though many villagers were still out clearing debris or fitting new beams into shattered frames, a murmur rippled through them. Madara was on the move. Naruto handed the scrolls to one of Tsunade's aides, who nearly dropped them in haste. "Tsunade-sama needs to see these right away," the man stuttered. Kakashi nodded, wincing at the bruises on his side. "Take them," he said, "and alert the interrogation squad to secure these prisoners." Shino's insects buzzed restlessly, each one carrying tension from the hours of travel and the small skirmish. Sai dismissed his ink creatures with a curt nod. Naruto, eyes heavy with fatigue, drew in a long breath. No easy days anymore. A pair of med nin hurried to check the team's injuries. Naruto waved them off, just minor cuts, easily handled. But he couldn't deny the pinch in his chest, the sense that this victory was a mere prelude to a bigger storm. Tsunade arrived moments later, her blonde hair flickering in the lantern light. Beside her stood Shikamaru, leaning on a crutch, and Inoichi, furrowing his brow at the mention of Madara's sabotage plans. "Good work," Tsunade said to the squad, scanning the scrolls. "This confirms Madara's still trying to destabilize the Land of Fire. We'll have to prepare." Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. "We can't let him pick us off while we rebuild. We barely survived pain. The village isn't at full strength." Tsunade nodded grimly. "I know. But for now, we hold tight. We'll question these prisoners for more details. Then we'll decide how to respond." She lifted her gaze, eyes lingering on Naruto's tired expression. "Get some rest, kid. We'll need you soon enough." He opened his mouth to protest, but Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. "Come on," the older ninja said softly. "Let's not argue." Naruto exhaled. "Fine." They disbanded. Shino, Sai, and Kakashi turned their prisoners over to the Anbu, leaving Naruto amid the battered square that once served as a bustling market. He scanned the rubble under moonlight. "We survived pain, only to find the next threat looming. Will the village ever know peace?" A gentle hand landed on his arm. He turned to see Ino, her face etched with worry. "Hey, you look like you're carrying the world again." He forced a rueful smirk, "More like half the world." She didn't laugh. Instead, she reached up, thumb brushing a smear of dirt from his cheek. "Come on. We're all waiting to hear you're safe. Tenten's on perimeter duty, Hinata's helping at the hospital, and Sakura's finishing her shift." Her lips curved in a soft smile. "They'll be relieved to see you." He felt warmth flood his chest. The thought of all three women, counting Ino, made guilt and longing collide. But Ino didn't press. She just took his hand, guiding him through the dusty streets toward a newly established courtyard where workers had strung lanterns and set out benches. It was the same spot where makeshift grills had fed volunteers days before. Tonight, it was quieter, though a few shinobi relaxed around the low tables, sipping tea and watching the stars beyond the ruined rooftops. Ino led him to an unoccupied bench. The hush was punctuated by distant hammering from a late-night construction crew. She settled beside him, her arm curling around his. "Madara won't destroy us," she said, voice soft but firm. "We rebuilt after pain. We can rebuild after anything." He looked at her, seeing the steel in her eyes. "Yeah, that's the plan." She snuggled closer, resting her head on his shoulder. For a moment, Naruto let the tension seep away, leaning against her warmth. The day's troubles felt distant, at least for these precious seconds. Footsteps approached light, hesitant. Hinata appeared in the lamplight, still in her mednin attire. A pale flush colored her cheeks at the sight of Ino cuddled against Naruto, but she didn't back away. Instead, she stepped closer, giving Naruto a shy, relieved smile. "I heard you were back," she said. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." He slid his free arm around Hinata's waist, tugging her gently toward him. Her breath caught, but she didn't resist, settling carefully at his side. Ino shot Hinata a playful smile as if to say it's all right. Naruto felt his heart pound. The hush of the courtyard carried the faint scent of fresh wood and paint from half-finished repairs. He sat there, two women leaning on him, each carrying her own devotion. A year ago, he would have been baffled. Heck, a month ago, he might have panicked. But life had taught him that tomorrow wasn't guaranteed. "Glad you're safe too," he murmured to Hinata, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. She blushed fiercely, but a soft happiness lit her eyes. Ino shifted, giving them space in that quiet way. She didn't look jealous, more like she was content they were all together. Is this really okay? Naruto wondered. Yet no one seemed to question it outright. Their village was in pieces. If any of them could find comfort in closeness, it seemed like no one was going to deny it. A flicker of motion drew their attention. Tenten approached, panting slightly as if she just wrapped up a perimeter run. She raised a brow at the scene, but a grin tugged her lips. Guess I missed the cuddle party? Naruto smirked, a hint of mischief breaking through his fatigue. No one said you couldn't join. Ino scooted over, making room. Tenten eyed the open space, cheeks reddening for a split second, then dropped onto the bench next to Hinata. She let out a weary laugh. I'd kill for a soft bed, but for now, this'll do. Hinata, always polite, gave Tenten a small nod. Ino rested a hand on Tenten's knee, smiling as if to say welcome. Naruto just let himself breathe, surrounded by these women who'd fought and bled for Konoha, who'd stood at his side through unimaginable horrors. For a minute, none of them spoke, each absorbing the weight of the day. The lanterns above flickered in a gentle breeze, casting dancing shadows on the broken pavement. The hush was comforting, a fleeting refuge from the nightmares they'd endured. Eventually, Tenten's eyes flicked to Naruto. So, I take it your mission means Madara is definitely out there plotting? He nodded, grimacing. Yeah. Might try to sabotage supply routes, or worse, we won't let him blindside us again. Ino set her jaw. He won't destroy what we've rebuilt. Hinata chimed in, voice quiet but resolute. If we stand together, we can overcome him, like we did Pain. Naruto brushed a hand over his face, exhaustion settling in. You're right. We'll handle it. But for now, he glanced around, seeing each woman's tired gaze. Let's just rest for a bit. One by one, they nodded. The bench felt small but warm with the four of them pressed close, leaning on each other as the hours ticked by. A night bird called from a broken rooftop. Even in ruin, life went on much like their battered village. In the days that followed, Konoha's reconstruction advanced with astonishing speed. Aid caravans kept coming. Caravans from Sand, minor clans from the Land of Fire, even occasional mercenaries offering help in exchange for payment or goodwill. Shinobi squads rotated between rebuilding, patrolling, and training. Naruto split his time between heavy labor hauling timbers or clearing rubble and honing his sage abilities. Whenever threats of saboteurs or rogue ninja popped up, he led teams to neutralize them. It was relentless work, but the oppressive weight he felt right after Nagato's defeat slowly eased as the village regained shape. Meanwhile, Tsunade orchestrated a flurry of planning sessions. Naruto often found himself in cramped meeting rooms with clan representatives, each discussing new layouts for the village, ways to fortify walls, expansions to incorporate lessons learned from Pain's invasion. The new Konoha would be stronger, more moments. He tried to keep the balance with his complicated personal life. A stolen kiss with Sakura outside the hospital after a draining shift. Playful flirting and lingering touches with Ino in the near-restored flower shop. A sweet midnight walk with Hinata, her hand shyly clasping his. And Tenten, who joined him in training fields for mock battles that sometimes ended in heated embraces against the battered tree stumps. Rumors spread, of course. Konoha was a close-knit village, and people noticed Naruto's growing closeness with multiple kunoichi. But the climate after Pain's destruction left little room for gossip or moral lectures. Most shrugged it off. If that's how they find happiness in the chaos, so be it. Naruto wrestled with pangs of guilt, but each woman seemed to accept the situation, at least for now. He sensed unspoken tensions, at times side glances, faint flickers of jealousy. But they also had a shared bond of survival, a mutual love for the village, and a genuine fondness for Naruto that overshadowed pettier rivalries. As for him, he didn't pretend to have all the answers. He cared for them deeply, each in different ways, and he resolved not to lie or make promises he couldn't keep. The future remained uncertain, but none of them demanded a neat resolution today. Late one afternoon, Naruto stood atop a newly erected watchtower in Konoha's eastern sector. The structure wasn't fully complete, but enough for him to test the vantage. Scaffolding and half-finished boards lay scattered underfoot. He let Toad Sage Mode trickle across his senses, scanning the horizon. Village life bustled below, citizens rebuilding storefronts, shinobi patrolling. He felt mild relief that no immediate danger pressed in. Footsteps behind him. He turned to see Sakura climbing onto the tower platform, hair tied back, a faint sheen of sweat on her brow. She'd likely come from a shift at the hospital or from a training session. "Checking your territory, Lord Naruto?" she teased, though her eyes shone with genuine admiration. He smiled sheepishly. "Just making sure everything's secure." She joined him at the edge, gazing at the half-reconstructed skyline. "It's starting to look like home again." He nodded, following her line of sight to the new outlines of shops and houses. "Yeah." They stood in companionable silence. A breeze rustled the scaffolding. From this height, you could almost forget the place had been leveled by Shinra Tensei. Sakura placed a hand on the wooden railing. "Sometimes I think about how close we came to losing all of this." She glanced at him. "I never want to feel that helpless again." He heard the undercurrent of guilt, her old regrets about not being strong enough to help Jiraiya or the others in time. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, her eyes reflecting gratitude. "You're not helpless," he said gently. "You've saved more lives in the hospital than I can count. And you fought pain's summons. You're strong, Sakura." She squeezed his hand. "Thanks. But I still want to do more. I've been thinking about training further, maybe picking up advanced medical ninjutsu from Shikatsu Forest or even exploring other skills." He felt a spark of excitement. That'd be amazing. She smiled softly, stepping closer. The warm sun lit the pink of her hair, and for a moment, Naruto's heart thumped at how radiant she looked. Instinctively, he leaned in, pressing a slow kiss to her lips. Her eyes fluttered shut, her hand tightening around his. They broke apart, foreheads touching. Her cheeks glowed, but she didn't pull away. "You know," she murmured, "this tower's not even finished. We might fall through the floor." He chuckled, holding her waist gently. "Then I'll catch you." She huffed at the cheesy line but kissed him again, lips curving into a smile. The warmth of her presence, set against the backdrop of a recovering village, filled him with renewed determination. "I'll protect what we've built. All of it." In the following weeks, news from the Land of Fire's borders was mixed. Skirmishes with rogue nin continued, but the sabotage attempts slowed once Konoha's patrols and allied forces cracked down. The prisoners gave up little information about Madara's grand plan, but enough to keep the village on alert. Even so, daily life forged on. The newly constructed academy building stood proud, a testament to Konoha's refusal to stay broken. Medical facilities expanded, carrying Tsunade's dream of a top-tier healing hub for the next generation. And throughout the village, hammered timbers and fresh plaster signaled a collective will to rise from the ashes. Naruto found himself walking those rebuilt streets one evening, reflecting on how far they'd come. Lantern light glowed against fresh paint on walls. Children laughed, running between scaffold beams, carefree in a way Naruto had never been at their age. The sight made him smile. "They don't have to grow up alone and hated like I did." He turned a corner and nearly ran into Tenten, who was balancing a stack of weapon crates. She caught her balance, blinking. "Naruto? You're out late." He reached to steady her. "Sorry, didn't mean to make you drop everything." She set the crates down, rolling her shoulders. "We got a shipment of new forging tools. I volunteered to help unload." She paused, giving him a lopsided grin. "So, how's the hero doing tonight?" He rolled his eyes at the word, hero. "I'm just a knucklehead who can juggle sage energies." She laughed, stepping closer. "You sure juggle them well." He liked seeing her so at ease, less weighed down by the tragedies they'd lived through. She brushed dust from her cheek, a streak of grime on her forearm. "Wanna walk with me? I need to drop these crates off at the new armory, then maybe find dinner." He nodded. "Yeah, let's do it." He insisted on carrying half the crates, ignoring her protests. They meandered through the newly paved lane, passing other shinobi and civilians who greeted Naruto with waves or bows. Tenten teased him about his fan club, but she seemed proud in her own way. When they reached the armory, a secure, half-buried structure reinforced with fresh stone, Tenten signed in the crates. Then they moved on, drifting to a quiet corner where a small dumpling stall reopened recently. Soft lamplight and the savory smell of bean paste buns drew them. Tenten bought a few skewers, handing one to Naruto. "They're still hot." He bit in, savoring the flavor. Could get used to this again." She leaned against the stall's wooden post, munching on her own skewer. "We've come a long way from ramen cups and ration bars, huh?" He grinned, remembering the chaos of the war days, when even a quick bite was a luxury. Yeah. Feels almost normal. Her gaze flicked to him. About that, normal. She hesitated, searching for words. We've been living in crisis mode for so long. Now that we're rebuilding, do you ever think about what's next for you? He swallowed, awareness prickling at the back of his mind. Tenten, Ino, Hinata, Sakura. Each relationship felt fragile yet meaningful. Then there was the looming threat of Madara. Sasuke's uncertain path, the dream of becoming Hokage. So many roads ahead. I do, he admitted. I still want to be Hokage one day. But that means protecting everyone, making sure this village is ready for any threat. And personally, he trailed off, eyeing her. She gave a small, bittersweet smile. It's complicated, huh? With all of us? He exhaled. Yes. I never meant to. She put a hand on his chest, silencing him. We know. You're just, you. Her tone carried a warmth without accusation. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we won't, but for now, we're alive, we're together, and the world keeps spinning. Relief and gratitude swelled in him. He nodded, leaning down to meet her lips in a gentle, lingering kiss. The dumpling stall owner pretended Naruto caught the man's amused grin from the corner of his eye. Tenten only snickered softly, her arms draped around Naruto's neck. They finished their food, parted ways with the stall owner's friendly wave, and walked back into the night. Tenten returned to her tasks, while Naruto drifted toward the newly patched hospital wing. He wanted to check in on Hinata's shift, maybe see Sakura if she was still around. This is my everyday now, weird, but also comforting. Another week passed, and dawn broke over a Konoha that looked drastically different from the crater-laden ruins of just a month ago. Wooden frameworks rose around the new wall sections, the streets had been cleared, and shops reopened. Life buzzed with cautious optimism. On this brisk morning, Tsunade summoned Naruto to what remained of the Hokage Tower, a newly built annex next to the collapsed original structure. He found her in a small but tidy office, sorting through piles of mission requests. Ah, there you are, she said, gesturing for him to sit. He plopped down on a spare chair, noticing Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Shizune were also present. Each wore a pensive expression. Tsunade folded her hands. We've finished interrogating those Akatsuki remnants. As expected, they didn't know Madara's full plan. But they did confirm he's consolidating power, possibly forging alliances with rogue samurai groups and smaller mercenary cells. Shikamaru scratched his head. Sounds like he's building an army in the shadows. Kakashi nodded grimly. We suspected as much. He's after the remaining tailed beasts, presumably to complete the Eye of the Moon plan he once mentioned. A chill swept Naruto. He remembered hearing scraps of that plan, some insane jutsu to cast a worldwide genjutsu. He wants to dominate the world. Tsunade's voice hardened. We'll coordinate with the other nations. The Raikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage have all expressed a willingness to share intel. We may face another war if Madara pushes forward. Naruto clenched his fists. We'll stop him. Kakashi touched Naruto's shoulder gently. We will. But we'll do it together, not just you charging in alone. Naruto's jaw tightened, but he nodded. I've learned that lesson. Tsunade sorted through more papers, then slid one across the desk. In the meantime, we're strengthening Konoha's leadership. I need you, Naruto, to focus on your continued training and to help unify the village, the way only you can. People look to you. He blinked, scanning the document. It wasn't an official Hokage announcement, but a statement endorsing Naruto as a figure of authority, a village champion. Shikamaru smirked at Naruto's stunned face. Congratulations, you're basically the hero of Konoha. They might build a statue of you next. Naruto shook his head, flustered. That's too much. Tsunade's expression softened. This is about morale. The people see you as a symbol that we survived pain. It doesn't change our command structure, you're not the Hokage yet, but it gives you a recognized platform to lead. He swallowed, glancing at Shizune, who gave him a supportive nod. Then he took a breath. Okay, I'll do my best. But I don't want special treatment. Knowing you, Kakashi said, eyes smiling, you'll stay grounded. Naruto exhaled. If this is what it takes to keep people's hope alive, I'll do it. Tsunade rose, placing a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. Get out there, let people see you. We'll prepare for Madara's next move. Konoha stands, thanks to you and everyone else. Don't underestimate how much that matters. He gave a resolute nod. By midday, Naruto found himself in the newly organized training fields, where older genin squads were relearning routines, and some fresh academy students gathered in makeshift classes. He had come to practice sage transitions, but paused, noticing a small crowd of children staring at him with awe. One brave boy stepped forward. "Are you, Uzumaki Naruto? The one who beat Pain?" Naruto chuckled, kneeling to eye level. "I had help, but yeah, I'm Naruto." The kid grinned widely. "Wow, they say you're super strong, and you can do sage mode with toads and slug power." Some of the children gasped, their eyes shining. Naruto ruffled the boy's hair, feeling a pang of amusement. "I'm working on it." Another kid piped up, "When I become a ninja, I want to be just like you." A warmth bloomed in Naruto's chest. He remembered being an outcast, no one wanting to be near him. Now kids looked at him like a hero. This is what I wanted: acknowledgement, acceptance. He tapped a fist lightly against the boy's shoulder. "Keep training hard, don't give up." The children giggled, some yelling excitedly. A Jonin instructor ushered them away to resume drills, shooting Naruto an appreciative nod. He rubbed the back of his neck, a grin tugging at his lips. He felt the weight of Tsunade's words. "People see me as a symbol." He resumed his practice, shifting into Toad Sage mode for speed drills, then attempting to incorporate slug healing between bursts. The chakra strain bit into his bones, but he persisted, determined to make such transitions smoother. If Madara was truly building an army, Naruto might need every edge. Exhaustion set in after an hour of this punishing routine. He sank onto a tree stump, sweat drenching his shirt. "Gotta pace myself." A gentle presence neared. He looked up to see Hinata, carrying a canteen of water. "Naruto-kun, you're pushing again," she said gently, offering the canteen. He accepted with a sheepish laugh. "Yeah, guess so, thanks." She sat beside him on the stump, watching the kids train in the distance. "They really admire you. It's heartwarming." He gulped water, wiping his mouth. "Feels strange, but it's nice." She looked at him, earnest. "You deserve it. You give people hope." Her quiet devotion glowed in her voice. It stirred that familiar swirl in his chest, a mixture of affection and guilt for how many hearts he was entwined with. But he only said, "I'll protect that hope, no matter what." Hinata smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. They sat there, letting the distant laughter of children fill the warm afternoon air. As the final touches on Konoha's reconstruction neared completion, Tsunade planned a village-wide gathering, a symbolic dedication of the newly raised walls and structures, a chance to honor the fallen and celebrate survival. On the day of the ceremony, banners hung from fresh-built pillars, a new gate arch towered, and the villagers gathered in what used to be the central plaza, now fully cleared and repaved. A temporary stage stood at the front, decorated with flowers from Ino's shop. Naruto, wearing a simple but clean outfit, the orange accent was impossible to ditch entirely, stood alongside Tsunade, Shikamaru, Sakura, and other recognized leaders. The crowd spread out before them. Tenten among her forging crew, Ino beside her father and fellow Yamanaka, Hinata with the Hyuga clan, Kakashi near the front. Everywhere Naruto looked, he saw camaraderie etched into tired but hopeful faces. Tsunade stepped up to the microphone, projecting her voice across the hush. She spoke of resilience, of the tragic losses they'd endured both from the invasion and from the war that loomed beyond, but also of Konoha's unbreakable will. She praised shinobi and civilians alike for uniting to rebuild so swiftly. Then, with a flourish, she turned to Naruto. "As many of you know, this village wouldn't stand without the efforts of Uzumaki Naruto. He fought pain on our behalf and helped vanquish Akatsuki's threat. For now, he's continued to protect us through sabotage attempts and hunts for rogue nin. And more than that, he's reminded us what it means to keep hope alive." A wave of murmurs, applause, and cheers washed through the crowd. Naruto's cheeks warmed. He stepped forward, heart pounding. He swallowed, scanning the sea of faces. Tenten left, Ino waved with a wide smile, Hinata clasped her hands in front of her chest, and Sakura beamed near the stage. He felt their encouragement, their confidence. Hi," he began awkwardly, scratching his head. The crowd chuckled softly. "I'm not great with speeches, but I just want to say, thank you. To all of you. We overcame something huge together, Not just me, everyone fought, everyone rebuilt. I believe that if we stick together, we can face anything. He paused, letting that sink in. I used to be the kid no one wanted around. I dreamed of becoming Hokage so that people would acknowledge me. But, well, I think I understand now that being Hokage isn't just about wearing the hat. It's about caring for the village, protecting each other, building trust. His voice grew stronger, eyes shining with conviction. One day, I'll become Hokage when I'm ready. But until then, I'll keep working my butt off to protect this village and every one of you. No matter what Akatsuki or Madara or anyone throws at us, we won't break. The crowd erupted in cheers, whistles, and claps. Some people whooped, a few kids chanted his name. Warmth flooded Naruto, far different from the hollow craving for attention he used to have. This was acceptance, genuine and shared. He stepped back, letting Tsunade close the ceremony with a vow to strengthen alliances, rebuild stronger than ever, and ensure the village remained vigilant. As the crowd dispersed into mingling and celebration, Naruto hopped off the stage, where Tenten, Sakura, Hinata, and Ino converged. Each looked proud. Tenten playfully punched his shoulder, Ino teased him for being flustered, Hinata offered quiet praise, and Sakura rolled her eyes at his modesty. He laughed, the tension of the last months lifting in a wave of relief and gratitude. I won't let them down. That evening, the village pulsed with low-key festivities. Lanterns and stalls lined a few key streets, music drifted from improvised stages, and people reveled in the promise of a better tomorrow. The main crater was long filled in, replaced by a newly paved square dotted with sapling trees. Naruto found himself wandering through the lively crowd, occasionally stopping to greet villagers or accept free samples of dango or grilled fish. Whenever someone bowed or called him hero, he politely insisted the credit was shared by all. Eventually, he ducked into a quieter side street. The moon was high, bathing the rebuilt rooftops in silver. He exhaled, leaning against a fresh wooden support beam. So many changes. Soft footsteps approached. He looked up to see all four Kunoichi Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Tenten approaching, their faces tinged with excitement and something else. The flicker of lantern light played off their eyes. He blinked. All of you? Sakura offered a half-smile. We might have planned this. Ino winked. We couldn't let you run off alone tonight. Tenten folded her arms with a warm grin. After all, you're the star of the show. Hinata stood slightly behind them, cheeks pink, and we wanted to be together, with you. A swirl of emotion churned in Naruto's chest, affection, uncertainty, gratitude. I'm not sure what to say. Ino stepped closer, hooking her arm around his. No big speeches needed. Just hang out with us. He cast them each a searching look. Tenten's grin softened into a gentle nod. Sakura's lips curved with affectionate exasperation. Ino's confident wink belied a flicker of vulnerability, and Hinata's eyes glowed with quiet hope. Naruto let out a breath and nodded. Yeah, let's enjoy ourselves tonight. They meandered through the back streets, away from the loudest festivities. Now and then, Tenten teased him about the speech. Sakura recalled times he goofed up as a kid. Ino bragged about the fresh flower arcs in the new center, and Hinata shyly chimed in with sweet compliments that made Naruto's heart flutter. At a dimly lit corner, they paused near a half-repaired garden. Young saplings had been planted among battered old stones. Lanterns cast a gentle glow on their group. In the hush, Naruto felt a wave of nervous excitement. They're all here, with me. Ino was the first to move, stepping in front of him with a small smile. She cupped his face, pulling him down into a soft, lingering kiss. He heard Sakura's amused exhale, felt Tenten's shoulder nudge his from behind, and sensed Hinata's quiet presence on his other side. The taste of Ino's lip gloss and the press of her body sent a pleasant warmth buzzing. When they broke apart, Ino brushed his cheek with a grin. Just had to do that, she teased lightly, her eyes flicking with deeper emotion. He managed a shaky laugh. I won't complain. Sakura slid in next, her hand on his chest, leaning up to plant her own kiss on his lips, sweeter this time, but laced with a familiarity that made his chest tighten. Tenten's breath tickled his neck from behind as she observed, a slight grin audible in her voice. Well, guess I'm next. Sakura stepped aside, giving Tenten space. The weapons mistress wasted no time, grabbing Naruto's collar and pulling him into a more heated, playful kiss. His pulse roared in his ears. He was aware of Hinata standing just off to the side, hands clasped nervously. When Tenten finally released him, a flush colored her cheeks. "You're addictive, you know," she murmured, breath catching. He swallowed, turning to Hinata. She looked like she might faint from the buildup. He gently took her hand, guiding her close. In the hush of that hidden corner, she rose on her toes, pressing a tentative, tender kiss to his lips. His heart fluttered, overshadowing any guilt with pure affection. A swirl of sensations, 4 different kisses, 4 different hearts, each precious. The battered village around them, the looming threats beyond, the uncertain future, in that moment, all he felt was warmth, acceptance, and a deeper bond than he'd ever known. When Hinata pulled back, her face burned pink, but her eyes glowed with quiet joy. "And Naruto-kun," she whispered. He smiled, voice husky. "Thank you, all of you." Sakura cleared her throat, cheeks tinted. "We're not exactly sure how this works, but right now, we just want to be here with you." Ino nodded. "Life's too short." Tenten folded her arms, a wry smirk betraying her own nerves. "We'll figure it out, or we won't. But we're alive today." Hinata placed a hand on his arm. "And we'll stand by you, no matter what comes." Emotion welled in Naruto's chest, nearly too big to contain. He slid his arms around them all, an awkward group embrace, each tucking in around him, laughter and shy giggles mixing in the cool night air. The swirl of closeness made his eyes burn with unshed tears. "This is real," he thought. "They care about me, and I care about them." For a long moment, they stood that way, the gentle glow of lanterns illuminating their uncertain but heartfelt bond. Far off, the sounds of music and rebuilding reminded them life continued. Eventually, they drew apart. Soft smiles, lingering touches, cheeks flushed. Naruto exhaled, releasing tension he hadn't realized he held. "I don't know what the future holds, but we'll protect this village, together." They nodded in unison, each reflecting their own brand of determination. Ino brushed her hair back. "Now, come on, there's food waiting," and Tenten said something about a new dessert stall. Tenten rolled her eyes. "Guess I'll have to pay, huh?" Sakura laughed, hooking an arm with Tenten and Naruto. "Let's just drag him along." Hinata giggled shyly, looping her arm through Naruto's free side. They stepped back into the softly lit street, a makeshift family forging their own path. High above, on a broken spire near the old Hokage faces, Kakashi and Tsunade stood watch. They glimpsed the group's affectionate moment from afar, though neither intruded. Kakashi's single eye crinkled in an amused grin. "Looking more than one type of training, huh?" Tsunade snorted. "He's always had a gift for winning hearts. Didn't think it'd be quite so literal." Kakashi chuckled, then grew serious, surveying the half-rebuilt towers and the gentle glow of lanterns below. "It's good to see hope again. Especially after everything we lost." Tsunade nodded. "He's earned whatever happiness he can find. They all have." She paused. "And if Madara tries to tear this all away, we'll face him." Kakashi's voice grew firm. "We will." They watched Naruto and the others wander deeper into the festival lights, laughter drifting upward. It was a vision of a new dawn, one where Konoha, though scarred, rose stronger. Epilogue vignette days turned to weeks, and the rebuilding continued at a pace none had expected. From the half-ruined hospital to the newly fortified walls, from the academy buzzing with fresh students to the market stalls humming with commerce, Konoha regained its soul. The fear that once gripped every corner slowly gave way to cautious optimism. Naruto kept up his relentless sage training, determined to master the triple synergy toad, slug, and the subtle snake reflexes without rending his body apart. He led patrols against stray rogue nin, guided younger shinobi who looked to him for inspiration, and prepared for the next big threat. A swirl of daily challenges, but one he embraced wholeheartedly. At night, he found fleeting moments of warmth in the company of those who'd become dear to him. Sometimes it was just one of them: Sakura's quiet comfort, Ino's playful banter, Tenten's sparring turned passion, Hinata's gentle devotion. Sometimes more than one, a shared meal or late-night conversation under the moonlight. They forged a tenuous balance, each day uncertain but alive with possibility. In the Hokage's office rebuilt with strong new timbers, Tsunade pinned the latest map of the Land of Fire onto a corkboard. Red markers indicated sightings of Madara's affiliates. It wasn't over by any stretch. A clash of destiny loomed, But for the moment, the people of Konoha had room to breathe. Standing at that board, Tsunade glanced out the window at the fresh sunrise lighting the new gate. She couldn't help a small, wry smile. We survived pain. We'll survive what's next. Because we have Naruto, and a village that's finally united behind him. Down in the bustling streets, Naruto hopped from roof to roof, scanning for any sign of trouble. None, just civilians chatting, children running to school, shopkeepers opening shutters. He paused atop the freshly rebuilt roof of the Ichiraku ramen stand, inhaling the aroma of morning miso. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Tenten waving from a side alley, her expression bright. He waved back, heart lifting at the thought of seeing her. A block away, Ino rearranged flowers in front of her family shop, offering him a playful wink. Near the hospital, Sakura scolded a junior medic, then spotted Naruto and shot him a quick grin. And down the lane, Hinata guided a small child who'd tripped, her gentle smile warming the scene. Naruto's chest filled with gratitude. The breeze ruffled his hair. This is our village, our future. He leapt down, footsteps light, heart brimming. No matter the enemy that awaited the Madara or any other, he would face it, not alone, but with the fierce bonds he'd forged. And together, they would protect this new dawn in Konoha. One hard-won day at a time. End of Chapter 5.